Hi. I know I'm early, but I'm gonna go. No, I'm just trying to counteract the tide of these Greg streams taking way longer than I actually allocate for a stream to go by just starting it 50 minutes early and hoping that counteracts it a little bit. Anyway, welcome back. Let me just put my good old barrels back to where they were so they can be in a nice storage position. There we go. Okay. I don't know if you were here last time, but a lot of great developments have occurred at a heavy, heavy cost. At the expense of nearly all of our steel being stuck in the smeltery, we have managed to automate steel getting removed from the smeltery and got our grand prize, formerly a stack of electronic circuit. With these, and theoretically, if we had some steel to go with it, oh hey, some steel to go with it, we can now make many, many low voltage machines and start doing some real proper LV tech stuff. In addition, the 4 missing electronic circuits were utilized to create a portal to the Twilight Forest, which gives us access to brand new materials, most importantly lead, and nickel and stuff, which is going to be important coming up soon as we try and go into medium voltage and just sort of round out our electrical technology stuff, which is good. The bad news is that 1, a lot of our steel is stuck in the smeltery. 2, I don't know what we're doing. And 3, the Twilight Forest is currently being spawn camped by us teleporting directly into the arena of a Naga. And I am not good at combat. Which means we can't really go in there without risking our entire livelihoods. Which means that some of our grand manufacturing, which we're soon fated to have to do, will have to be put towards combat. Granted, we can do that. Kinda. I think about what we need, and I'm thinking maybe just like a steel chest plate of some kind. Heavy-duty chest plate. Protection 6, that's pretty good. Oh! I did not realize we could just make them flat out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a hammer. Alloy smelter is 8. This is... That looks like 8. Okay, so we don't even need to do smeltery stuff. We just need to flatten some steel. Perhaps the Twilight Forest is more accessible than I thought. As far as our weapon contingent, we are still using the Sharpness 1 Unbreaking 3 Tempered Blade that we found in a box somewhere. Given a general attack damage of 7, I think that's good. In addition, I was informed about the value of shuriken technology as a possible weapon to use. Well, maybe not an adamantium shuriken, but you know, a shuriken of some type. Bordeaux, stainless steel, that's close to what I want. Pig iron is equivalent to ironish, that's 2 hearts. Those are 25. A lot of silver gray materials, so okay, that's tin alloy. Stainless steel. You know, why don't I just like iron shuriken? Iron shuriken. Two hearts, a number of 47 for some reason. Interesting, you get 1 extra for magnetic? That's interesting. But... oh, there's also... these... which is Tinker's Construct Part Extruding, which is apparently something you can do, or casting iron into shuriken cast. But then what's this? I don't know. Maybe that's like a ring, a thing you collect. Well, I would like to perform a combat action. I think the easiest, simplest thing we can pursue right now is just killing the Naga. And we will do that through the onset of combat capability and general power. Shall be demonstrated by my ability to actually perform ranged attacks. So, which one of these is a shuriken? Oh, they're over here. Okay. That's shuriken. Pleased to meet you. Now I just need a blank thing, which requires paper, which we don't have, but we can make paper. We don't have Chad technology quite yet, mostly because I've been ignoring it. But paper itself is pretty easy. Now that wood is very easy to collect thanks to Lumberly actions, and we have a massive macerator of mass. These kind of things are not that big of a deal. We just pick up some water, go over here. Let's do paper. And we do it again. That's the paper we need. That gives us our blank pattern. We can now go over and make a shuriken out of it. So... wait, hold on. I think I'm making a mistake. This is arrowhead. No, we want shuriken. Correct. What are these while I'm here? Bow limb, crossbow body, bow string. Yeah, let's not deal with that. Let's just make a shuriken. Now, my suspicion is that we are going to be dealing with a thing we need to turn into a mold or cast, one of the two. So we need to start by making one out of stone, and then another one out of stone, just to be a clear copy. Okay. Ow. We are now going to have to stop the automated smelter. Actually, do we have more? No. We're out of brass. We need more brass. To get more brass. I think it's worth it to macerate most of the aluminum grapple to get the double. We're going to have to process it further in order to put it into the smeltery. But separate to all of that, aluminum is an important material for our future. Getting aluminum good. It's important to go into medium voltage. And look at that. Oh, I wonder what we get for purifying this in a mixer. Not a mixer, centrifuge. Bauxite. Which does something. Rutile... okay, it's more aluminum, but in a weird package. I see. That's cool. Well, start separating that out. I am vaguely satisfied with the nature of my machines and what they do and how they do them. Should make a conveyor belt and make that automatic. Should do something similar for that. We got benefits to examine, to explore. We're getting a solid bit of steel out of the smeltery recycling. Glad that's working. And with all that, we're almost back to an entire stack of steel. I knew that dumping 2 stacks into a lathe only consumes 1 stack, but it feels like it's consuming 2 stacks because you lose access to the steel. It's inconvenient. Okay, that's the aluminum. Put that in clean dust, but let's take a little bit. I'm going to say 4. Put it in here. It should combine with the copper to make the brass. And in this turbulent time, I'm going to make sure that the system is ready, that we can make exactly what we want. Molten aluminum brass, as expected. Excellent. Dump it. That is a success. Actually, can I use this stone shuriken to test how this works, or... No, it's just a... Just a dummy. Iron shuriken. How much does it cost to make an iron shuriken? Okay, it's half an ingot. Fine with that. How's about... How many do we want to make? I want a good supply. Let's go for a stack of shuriken. Assuming that's even how it works. Might not be. Now, if we go overboard... Oh, I know. We'll have the next liquid up be blood, because I'm pretty sure you can make a blood shuriken. Oh, you can. Oops. New plan, new plan. The reason it would keep going is because there's a hopper underneath that would hold things. So what if we just put in a material that won't stack because it's not any of the things we're doing? That way it will stop when it hits a stack of anything, or builds one shuriken of the wrong material, which will be fine because it's just blood. Iron up. Iron is up. Okay, let's do this. Ooh, they're fast. Okay, let's try one of these. Wait. Maybe I'm missing a part of this. Maybe the iron shurikens are an ingredient, which you then combine in the tool forge to make something. Well, if that's the case, I don't see it. Wait. Yes. Aha. 4 shuriken blades makes a shuriken. How does this work? Ooh. Wow. This is a lot cheaper than I thought it would be. Okay. Next up, armor. I will make some... First off, I'll ditch that. Let's go back to our steel series. Put the steel in there. Check to make sure steel is on bottom. It is. And then make sure it's steel then blood, because I don't think there's a blood ingot, and if there's a blood ingot, I'm going to be mildly disgruntled. Either way, the stack theory should keep it stable. But looking at this now, 1 iron shuriken, I think, might be enough. Maybe 2. That's the stone one. Okay. Let's go in with the fundamentals of combat. Iron helmet is as expected. I'm going to assume all of them are the same way. So let's say that's for the chest plate. That's for the helmet. That's for the boots. That's for the pants. We shall bolt those together manually and go from there. Meanwhile, tend to our basic devices. Ah, we have an iron plate left over from some past adventure, so I can actually remove 1 iron from this. Still have enough. Good work, past self. I want to recycle this wrought iron, because wrought iron is more important to us in plate form. It's how we make the machine hulls. There we go. All right, let's build some armor. Chest plate. Boot. Pant. Hat. Now I feel prepared. That was even a quest. Okay. All right. Okay, so for easy, convenient access, we'll have that open. Got the sword ready. Got the shurikens ready. I'm gonna take like a stack of dirt for structure. I went to the Nether instead of the Twilight Forest. That was my mistake. Oops. Let's just head back in here real quick. Okay, Naga, where are you at? Probably the big moving one over there. Oh. There you are. Eat shuriken. I missed. So I gotta hit you in the head? Nope. It's working. Back here. Ooh, I'm getting good damage. I saw some sevens there. Don't know what that was about. This is going well. It's like a critical weak point I am exploding somehow. Okay, I'm out of iron shuriken, so now I just stab you in the face, I guess. That went phenomenally. Check me out, I'm person who wins at combat. Alright, let's ditch some of the various random stones. Sort through to make sure that that is all there is. We got a yellow heart for some reason. Just more slabs. General designs the area. Okay, but more importantly, we win. Okay, let's just put a beacon down here. To overworld. Good. Now we will not get lost. Okay, our next objective, I guess, is to do some cursory exploration. Find an ore vein. I brought the ore finder wand. I don't exactly remember what kind of ores are around these parts. But one thing I do remember about the Twilight Forest is that the place is very shallow. You can check already that our Y coordinate is about 31. And this should be the center of an ore vein. Let's do some cursory exploration. The Iron Shuriken shows great promise, and I'll be happy to use it in the future. There's my big excavator. There's my big excavator. Okay. Let's begin. There's my small excavator. More important than mining this area is simply learning what's in it. Because I want to know. I don't think there are many different ore veins in the Twilight Forest. So process of elimination, I think, would work well for us. This appears to be a sapphire vein holding almandine, pyrope, sapphire, and green sapphire. Now, what I'm immediately interested in is what ore veins they're possibly in. How about pyrope? A green sapphire. Okay, it seems like all four of these are only in sapphire veins. Which means we can't use these to find more. Which is unfortunate. But at least to start our charting, I feel like that works quite well. And just like that, we've already ruled out 5 locations. 4, sorry. They kind of look like the 5 pip of dice. Now we just go somewhere else. Are there, like, dedicated doors here, or do I just gotta walk out? I mean, that was almost a door. If it actually had some door technology, that would have been a great door. Maybe we should turn it into a door one of these days. Ah, the glorious mysteries of the Twilight Forest. Who knows what secrets lie in wait? So I don't have a good idea of what I want from the Twilight Forest just yet. The big thing I'm aiming for is lead, because that's what I can currently rationalize as the thing I want. Beyond that, though, not very clear to me. Can I perform a quick Lumberly action on you, just to get you out of the way? Thank you. Now, the forest can be unobtrusive in my quest to go downwards without having to put a torch anywhere. That'd be a funny challenge for a Minecraft run. No torch. Just no torch percent. Live roots. I wonder if this implies that there is some underground structure going on here. Curious. Oh, this is a deep vein. I hope it's something good. Ah! Diamond! Pretty good. An easy, simple to reach, simple to utilize diamond ore vein. I will gladly take the graphite, maybe. Check what it has. Graphite, diamond, and coal. I could use the coal to find more of these. Provided there was a location where I could find coal. Instead of just graphite. There's some diamond. That said, I can't complain. Let's chalk this off the list. not a common vein, so I don't know how well it can be used to process of elimination. In the spirit of ruling out the combination of sapphire and diamond, I'm gonna go to the ore vein inside the walls again. Figure out exactly what we're dealing with in the immediate. Well, I can say immediately it's not diamond or sapphire. Which means it's opportunity. Is this a way of doing this? I suppose it doesn't matter. Lapis, banded iron. These are contradictory. One of them is lying, possibly both. More small banded iron. That is convincing me of a particular truth. Trying to avoid. This is an extremely messy hole I'm digging. But my guess is that this is going to be a banded iron vein. It's an iron vein. So that's iron and copper discovered in these regions. That's pretty common. So this will be a good ruling out ore, in theory. You are very loud when you make an egg chicken. I just want you to know that. Okay, so I'm gonna walk this. I'm hearing noises. I'm not fond of the fact that I'm hearing noises. Let's light up the area. Now that works quite well. Oh! That looks like zombie. Spooky stuff, spooky stuff. Many, many spooky things. I've irresponsibly come in here with a lot of random junk. So inventory management's my fault. If you need somebody to blame, blame me. It is my fault. Okay, no more iron in this direction up to the river, but I think that's another Naga house. Not particularly enthused to go there. How about we swap back to Almondite, turn around, and check the ores on the way back? Seems like sapphires are common. Oh ho ho! My logic is infallible. We are drowning in sapphires. strange problem to have, I would say, but I'll take it. Ooh. What obstructs us? I didn't bring bronze. I don't like all the noises. Okay, I'm gonna prepare for combat. There's no combat here. I mean, one thing I have going for me is I have armor now. I don't usually have armor because I'm so averse to entering combat that I don't even, like, anticipate it happening. My methods are purely evasive. Oh, there's like a little tunnel you can walk into the Naga zone. I don't know if that's intentional, but it's definitely there. I think you count as... I think you count as cows. Legally. Okay. Much as I'm not really one to venturing into the spooky depths without a plan, I'm going to enter the spooky depths and see what we find. Found a brown shimmering mushroom, that's cool. I'm finding... Oh! Yeah, this is exactly the kind of stuff I did not want to be finding. You have perished. I have survived. You have given me better shoes. Protection 2, Protection 2, Protection 2. It's Protection 2 with Protection 2. Alright, you're gone. Oh, this place is expansive, I see. Oh. I'm particularly interested in exploring in this direction because it's into an ore vein I already know about. This way leads to something new, I hope. Oh! See an old blue guy. Wait. Don't those things drop like aluminum sometimes? Yeah, well, ooh, maybe that's not aluminum, but that's something. Cobaldite? Arsenic. I think arsenic's important. Focus. Not the spoder. You have dealt me a wound. That one's having a tough time. Oh, we're back up here. This is a loop. Hello, Spirit Storm Gravity Enderman, who's not currently attacking me. I will not invoke your wrath. Okay. We proceed, I suppose. This place is sprawling for being so shallow. This is another diamond vein. Guess I could have saved time coming down here if I checked beforehand. That said, the kobolds are important. What is? Okay, I know it's water, but what's under the water? Give me a sign. Amber. Amber. Where does one usually find amber? redstone. Such a thing be located here? Get rid of the stone, guess with the cobblestone. Okay, I'm gonna try and manipulate the situation so I get as many ores as possible for research. But now that I know it's down here, I'm going back up. I don't want to deal with extra combat. Ruby. Ah, okay, fine. Logically, one could assume that if there are sapphire veins, there are probably ruby veins. So we'll take an exquisite ruby and leave with it. I have this sense that getting an exquisite ruby from a small vein is an uncommon event. I wonder if I can capitalize. Redstone, already got that. Where's the exit? Where's the exit? That's looking pretty exit-like. Oh, there's also these giant pillars of obsidian which we could use in a pinch to repair some of our tools. Specifically the hammer. Okay, let's start doing some ore-oriented systems here. These are our test doors. Nothing. Nothing. Aha! Oh, right. Okay, this is actually very, very helpful, I feel. Amber is a component of all of these, like, elemental ores. And I have zero interest in the elemental ores right now, until Kit shows up and forces me to do magic. But because they're not even one type of ore, they're an entire class of ore. Just walking around, removing exactly this ore from the possibilities just by walking around the land initially, I think is a great use of our time and effort. Like, we just walk through the unknown ores, find these elemental ore veins, rule them out immediately, and that'll help us find a lot of new ones that aren't the elementals. All that said, suddenly I'm not finding anymore. I'm sure they're around. We just gotta look. There we are. The AoE involved is also very nice. Because the amber will connect to other ores nearby, thus ruling them out as well. This will also give us a decent lay of the land. Now that we've defeated a Naga, almost by requirement, we can now explore the giant castle thing. Requirement for that is, of course, to find one of those castle things. Aha! Once again, the ores reveal the truth to us. Ooh, big ravine. I think that's a new ore. This is a lapis vein. That's more calcite. And I suppose I want to ditch something else to get a sample for our ore. Let's quickly swap to that just so we can get the AoE of ore veins, perhaps. Doesn't seem like there's much to AoE. Okay, back to the amber then. Something over here. Looks green. Probably an elemental ore vein, but its exact position is uncertain. Oh, there they are. Alright, keep heading west from here. This aggressive reconnaissance has gone quite well for us. We're getting a good grasp of what the heck is going on here. Ooh, barren stone, no ores to be seen. Hold up. That's a blue one. According to my math, this is the ore vein, which I guess makes... Calcite? Made a gamble. Did not pay off. Opal. Opal's a new one. Well, let's try it. No. The fact that we found that opal was pure luck, it seems. Oh no, it's tile.tflog.12.name. How mysterious. Ooh, that looks like an extreme snow. I doubt I could get through that. Okay then, let's head south. We're kind of establishing the grand perimeter of this world. It's like an island, effectively, made by the river surrounding it. For the most part, we can follow it to completion. Thus, our starting area is established. Ah, there you are, kid. I was wondering. Are you referring to the Naga? Okay, let me... I put down a waypoint to say where our portal into the Twilight Forest appeared. Right here. Right in this location. This is where it is. That's the portal. You may notice, yeah, it found us. It was kind of the gatekeeper to the rest of the world. So I investigated shuriken technology in order to fight it, and it worked quite well, actually. Now we're looking for ore veins. Now that the way is safe. So far, we've managed to find an obscene amount of sapphire. Yeah, I was surprised by how cheap the shurikens were per iron. It's basically 2 iron ingots converts to a shuriken of about 48 shots of 2 damage each. Yeah, very good. Now we're just doing some ore prospecting. Looking around, trying to understand the secrets of the world. Discovering twilight oak wood. Just doing some quick passes of the common materials. We can look for rubies, but I think sapphires are our best bet. Probably. Not immediately, though. My current vested interest in the Twilight Forest is for some of the materials that it holds unique to others, like lead and other things I don't quite know yet. It's also apparently a pretty convenient source of diamond. We found some diamond veins pretty early on. I don't know what a hollow hill is, no. Oh, there we go. Sapphire vein detected. Quite a distance out, too. Wait, hold on. Wait, what are you? Cobaltite. Why are these just here? Wait a minute. Ditch the iron. This is more important than 4 iron. Cobaltite. This is a nickel vein. 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 Cobalt, arsenic, sulfur? Hold on. Nickel vein. Garnierite, nickel, cobaltite, and techlandite. This is the good stuff. A source of cobalt will be fantastic. That was my material of choice for my tools at, like, the height of Season 1. Nickel, also very important. Pilot Force just handed that one to us. I appreciate it. Excuse me, local. You appear to have placed your house on a giant vertical, like, elevation of dirt. You know what? I bet this is the culprit. This tree generated, and then the house generated, and the house was like, well, if I want... I have no idea what just happened. I am too afraid to ask. Did I get, like, short-range teleported? Is the house haunted? Did I literally just fall in a hole and not realize? I don't know. But I'm getting out of there. I appear to have experienced the most immersive do not disturb sign in the world. Happy to just leave. Happy to just get the heck out of here. Let me stay on the path. Let me eat a lunch. Okay, I'll be on the lookout for one of these hollow hills. And right now I want to find another cobalt-oriented vein. Maybe out here in the open fields. That seems like empty space. Oh yeah, Kate, you seem to be an expert on... Oh. Oh? Again! You just do... There it is. That's the culprit right there. These guys are just generating on trees, huh? Oh! There's the castle. I was wondering when I would find one of those. I was meaning to ask... Hello there, buddy. Ooh, I can make trades. I'm aware of the boss in the castle. My question was, is there any, like, negative repercussion to destroying these giant obsidian lapis pillars? Because I would like the obsidian inside. But I don't want to invoke the wrath of, like, any creature. Okay. Good to know. This is free obsidian. I use obsidian for stuff. Seems like the cobaltite veins are not very common. I'm in new territory. We need to go back to amber. That'll rule out a lot of possibilities. Worried about the mushroom. Here's North Chunk. Let's just go this way towards the tower. With a focus on ores. Oh, there's another one. This is just prime real estate, huh? This is where they put the real estate. Yep, I was wondering when we would hit pay dirt. That is all the elements. Fantastic. Not necessarily because I want those elements, but because it rules out those elements being in contention. Now we can go back to the almondite, look for the sapphires, also very common. Head back to here, head north. Aha! More sapphire. Excellent. The prevalence of just sapphires in the elements is really good just for my ability to rule out what ores are around. Now let's try diamond for this one. This one we might have to brute force. Just a little bit. Let's see here. Cobaltite? No. Almondite we already did. Graphite we just did. Let's try ruby? No. Redstone. I don't even know if redstone can spawn in the Twilight Forest. Limonite. No. And we already did amber. Oh, wait. Opal. Opal. Well, whatever this is, it's new. So we explore. I wonder if this is the lead I've been looking for. We don't have a way to check for lead yet. Olivine. Bentonite, magnesite, olivine, glauconite. What are those for me? Well, let's take a sample. Ditch the string, ditch the dirt, ditch the cobblestone. There's a bentonite. Bentonite is sodium, magnesium, lots of silicon, hydrogen, water, and oxygen. Interesting. How extensive is this network? Oh, I put in graphene instead of... Okay. Let's do some research. Magnesium, iron, silicon, oxygen. Okay, this is a gemstone of some kind. Interesting. Magnesite sounds important. Oh, no, that's magnesium. I want magnesite. There we go. Magnesium, carbon, and oxygen. Found in olivine veins here. The result is this, which we can then extract from magnesia to magnesium. Okay, so it's magnesium. And glauconite. Potassium, magnesium, aluminum! Hold on. Okay. Glauconite, you can get alumina out of it, but only through thermal centrifuge or ore washing to get purified, then macerate down here, and then centrifuge out the alumina. You do it this way, you get sodium. Not bad either. Sodium's pretty good. It's useful for batteries and such. Interesting. I'm going to assume you can electrolyze out the aluminum from this. Yes. Then you take the alumina, electrolyze it further to get the aluminum, or blast furnace it directly with carbon dust to get that. Aluminum milling ball, interesting. Blast furnace mixer can make some complicated stuff. But yeah, electrolyze out 5 of this to get some aluminum and free oxygen. This is aluminum. This is a source of aluminum. Crucial, very important. And it looks like we found quite a bit of it. The processing for the aluminum is going to be mildly annoying. But it's there. It's available. We can get aluminum. Ooh, hello, mycelium. Are you a threat to my health and safety? Well, that seems like a threat to my health and safety. Moved a bit away from our target. Let's go back to amber. Don't like that noise. Cobaltite, good. Check. Check there. Brown limonite, did I just check? How about calcite? Okay. Graphene. Wait, what is here? Am I missing something? Heck, I'll try the redstone. Nothing. What's here? I want to find out what's here. This could be the lead. I know continuing to pursue lead quest, given the circumstances, seems a little tone deaf. Not the point, though. That's not good. Gold. Maybe we luck out and this is... Lead! Okay, even if this isn't a lead vein, we now have a way to check for lead. Get away from me, you peck. Where'd he even come from? Okay, what do I temporarily abandon? Let's go with the brown limonite. We have brown limonite at home. We need to find more banded iron. We can find more banded iron. This lead is more important. We can now... Yes. Cryolite. With galena, silver, lead, and cryolite. Very good. All right, that's like the full suite of things that I wanted to find here. We found lead, we found nickel, we found a whole bunch of other stuff. And with all of this, we have pretty good standing for getting the new materials from this world. And I think what we need to do next is formalize a standard 4 and then invoke some expeditions. And we're back. All right, we've got a lot of new material. Very happy about that. Let's prepare an expedition. Actually. Oh. Stop the presses for a moment. We need to deal with our resource situation. Take out these, put them in there temporarily. I'll go the full 9 yards. This is already like misc sand block. Raw rubber, stone, they can go in the clean, dusts. Arsenic. This arsenic's going to be important. But these, along with a banded iron that is not currently accounted for, we can get a replacement here. Iron. Malachite was with the banded iron. We can use that. Okay. So, this is our chest of survey ores for the Twilight Forest. All right, new question. What the heck do I do with all this other stuff I got for beating the Naga? I got like this token. Put the token in there, put the scales in there. What do I do with the scales? Oh, I can make scale armor. How good is it? Protection 3 innately. Got protection 6 on it. Ah, of course. You make wand out of it. We can't make wand out of it yet because aluminum processing is not available to us. We look at an aluminum ingot, and what do we see? A blast furnace. Fluid extractor, alloy smelter. Alloy smelter molding only works for using an ingot, not getting an ingot. Aluminum shards are available, but I'm pretty sure that's if we try to make an aluminum tool. Yeah, this is all just recycling on materials we don't have. If we're going to be doing some aluminum processing, cryogenic freezer, hot aluminum ingot. Make hot aluminum. I don't know. But a blast furnace processing raw aluminum or just a bunch of alumina. Okay, yeah. We will need a blast furnace. A blast furnace is technically available to us in the sense that we have access to the, like, electronic level needed. We've got 3 electronic sticks to spare. The problem is twofold. One, the material we need is Invar, which is a combination of iron and nickel. Conveniently, we do technically have access to Invar now because we do have access to nickel now. We found some in the Twilight Forest, so we can go get that. The other problem, however, is literally powering the darn thing. This thing is huge and requires basically medium voltage levels of voltage, or at least levels of expected current to power this thing. And we don't even have... Okay, we barely have one operational electric generator. So before we can even think about powering a blast furnace of that caliber, we need to consider the fact that our electrical infrastructure is garbage. It's a single steam turbine powering this. Not optimal. We're gonna need more power. We're gonna need more a lot of things. How's this going, by the way? 7 steel to go. We're almost empty. Happy to see it. There's also another thing that we need. Better material processing. As we go into the fancier materials that we have access to, we're going to need a way to separate out their constituent elements. And the be-all end-all of that is electrolysis. Done with an electrolyzer, which for some... Oh, there it is. Here we go. A basic electrolyzer lets us separate out a lot of things. And this is how we're going to get to, like, the pure single individual elements for a lot of stuff. Water, it can electrolyze that. It's really slow and inefficient, but you can do it. But also, the fancier ores, the complicated, like, collection of ores, like, say, glauconite. You get glauconite dust, you want to separate that out, you use electrolyzers, which will give you basically its constituent parts at, like, piecemeal. So through that, we would be able to get the alumina, which we then electrolyze further into aluminum. This means we're basically going to enter a new era where, aside from some, like, clever shortcuts of chemical interactions and stuff, we're going to be dealing with the individual elements of the periodic table. Not compounds. Just the pure elements. But again, power production is a problem. Let's consider that problem. Right now, we're powering everything off of... Well, okay. Everything's being powered off of steam. The steam is being fueled by a diminishing supply of logs, which I forgot to restock. Oops. Where's my bronze? Where's my bronze? I need my bronze. We need to get more logs immediately. All right, let's get those logs. Also pick up this so I don't lose it. Could have brought it with me to the Quiet Forest, except I have full inventory, so maybe not. So right now, our whole infrastructure is powered by logs being converted into creosote and charcoal in equal measure, which is then consumed by these boilers in equal measure. Once that happens, they are then piped through to some steam machines that we're still actively using, including some important multi-block ones I am not going to get rid of. But also, one of them moves to a steam generator, which converts steam into electricity at a pretty efficient rate, but is still blocked off by the fact that it needs the steam to do it. There's a middleman we can cut here. There are gas generators, and also liquid generators, which can take alternate fuels that aren't steam and use them to generate power. Like creosote. Creosote is indeed one of those options. What I would love, though I think this is impossible, is to find a way to self-sustain it. Yeah, do we have a way? There is an alternative. I don't know how to cut down entire trees, but we don't need entire trees. Technically. During Season 1, I created, at medium voltage, and this is something I intend to do again, possibly better, a self-sustaining line that created benzene. And the way I did that was effectively converting the logs of trees into wood tar, which I then chemically processed into benzene. And the way that worked is not with active giganto trees, but with like little crop bonsai-ish trees. It effectively turns trees into a regular Minecraft-style crop, which then lets us use the crop manager to grow and collect them. My concern is that it would not be fast enough. We would need to make a lot of them. Both a combination of a lot of crop managers and a lot of tree crop. Also worth noting is that there is a crop breeding mechanic. And we can use the crop breeding mechanic to increase the yield of, or not necessarily the yield, but the speed at which these crops grow, along with other alternate things for different crops. It's just a general thing you can do with crops. I never really explored that, but it's possible we could maybe deliberately sequence trees that grow fast, with the hopes that we make, trees that make enough logs to self-sustain all the creosote and stuff. It's an option. But it's also a major commitment, so I'd want to make sure that it is the correct choice. All coke ovenable materials make creosote. That includes logs, coal, cactus charcoal, sugarcane charcoal, and other things. But logs make creosote at the best rate, I think. Like, a log will make a good amount of creosote. Cactus makes less per cactus. And also, I think, less per minute, but I'm not sure about that one. I don't know, but I do know that it's, I think, in our best interest to just do it out of this. But creosote is not the only chemical we can make out of, like, plant life. There are options, and we need to compare them. Let's go to the basic combustion generator and see what fuels it uses. Fish oil. Fuel value. So 1 bucket of fish oil is 2,000 EUs. Let's use that as our... We got mead. We've got biofuel. Biomass. Creosote. Okay, so creosote's on the level of biomass. Oil is double of creosote, and that's like pure unrefined oil. Then we get into the crazy stuff like sulfuric light fuel, octane, methanol, ethanol, light fuel, biodiesel, butanol, diesel, ether, gasoline, cetane boosted, ethanol, gasoline, jet fuel, high octane gasoline. That's some good stuff. So, looking at these... No, that's because this is a combustion generator. We would need a... It's a different type of generator. I think it counts as a gas turbine. We've got hydrogen, natural gas, wood gas, carbon monoxide, sulfuric gas, biogas, sulfuric naphtha, cyclopentadiene, coal gas, methane, ethylene, refinery, ethane, propane, butadiene, naphtha, propane, rocket fuel, bucket, butene, phenol, butane, LPG, toluene. There's the benzene. It's pretty good. Anyway, it's dark out. I gotta go to bed. Ethylene. Ethylene cell. Let's check here. Formic acid. Sulfuric acid and ethanol appears to be the method. So basically, we'd have to do some wild oil processing, which I would like to avoid. But we're not done. I think there's a quest line about generating power. Yeah, here we go. So we've got steam, hydrogen, exploding fluids, and this is the semi-fluid generator. It sounds like this one is intended to use creosote. Extract creosote from your coke ovens, buckets, or cells. There are other options to burn creosote like Redcraft liquid boilers, but this is much cheaper and easier to set up while still being efficient with creosote. 6 times efficient as a combustion generator. Ooh, okay. For creosote, that's pretty good. If we're dedicating our efforts to the semi-fluid generator, if we're using creosote right now, this is probably our best bet. So, what do we need? Tumbaga gear, the classic gold and copper. And then a bunch of cobalt. Do I even... have what I need to make cobalt right now. How are we making cobalt here? Yeah, fluid solidifying molten cobalt. Actually. Okay, we've got a problem. How the heck are we getting cobalt? Okay, we have to fluid extract. We could chemical copper fiber in crushed copper ore to get like a little bit of cobalt. Well, the problem with the cobalt... Oh, right, like follow it forward? Okay. So what we get from the Twilight Forest is cobaltite. Cobaltite will get us cobaltite. It can also give us cobalt if we mix it. So we're basically starting with cobalt dust, I imagine. And I assume that with cobaltite, the plan is electrolyze it to cobalt, arsenic, and sulfur. Yeah, sure. Point is, we get cobalt dust. We have cobalt... Do we? Wait. This is a medium voltage electrolysis recipe. We do not have cobalt dust. Darn it. Okay, but we can mix out some cobalt. And then what do we have here? Oxygen. Shapecraft for nothing. Cobalt brass. Assembler to make int 1 dot. What the heck are these? What it wants us to do is use a blast furnace to make cobalt into cobalt ingot. You're asking what we need for medium voltage. What we need for medium voltage is the medium voltage tier circuit. The medium voltage tier circuit is this. A good electronic circuit. Requires from us 3 electronic... Well, okay, let's assume we're doing it in a circular assembler. We need molten lead or soldering alloy. All those are available. Copper wire, a diode, electronic circuits, and a good circuit board. A good circuit board is simply a phenolic circuit board plus gold foil. And iron 3 chloride or sodium persulfate. Which is... weird. That's a little spooky. Where the heck do we get iron 3 chloride? Or sodium persulfate? But either way, we get the good circuit board. And then we need the diode. The diode is gallium arsenide. Which is something we barely have access to. We are not there yet. We are not there yet. But I do think there is a cheat. I think we can make little of cobalt. We cannot process cobalt directly, but we have a way to get little a cobalt. And I think our way in is the fluid solidifier. If we have a fluid solidifier and molten cobalt, the question is where we get molten cobalt. We have a low voltage recipe for that. Copper ore crushed with copper fiber with water in a chemical reactor will give us purified copper ore and molten cobalt. We can also do this with crushed nickel ore and nickelback leaf, as well as crushed cobaltite and nickelback leaf. Interesting. Fluid extractor on a cobalt ingot is just chasing our own tail. Fluid extractor recycling, if we can maybe get a cobalt dust in here. Not looking good. Fluid canner also unlikely to be helpful. Nickel backleaf cobaltite. It gave us, as a byproduct, purified copper ore and molten cobalt, purified nickel ore and molten cobalt, or purified cobaltite ore and molten cobalt. What's a nickel backleaf? It literally does not know. What's copper? Sorry, no, that's not copper fiber. That's copper-on fiber. What the heck is this? Nickel. It's a plant. Oh. It's a crossbreed plant. Okay. This is looking increasingly complicated. Well. Wait, am I overthinking this? I am not. It will not allow me to put this into a smeltery. Wait. Hold on, what's this? Alloy blast smelter. Oh, that's not. No. We're not there yet. Well, it is clear to me that we have a problem. The semi-fluid generator is unavailable to us unless we make progress somewhere else. Okay. We've spent an entire in-game Minecraft day contemplating this, and I don't feel any closer than we were before. This is a tough decision. And I don't know what to do. Cutting machine. Well, okay. Surely the steel's done by now. It is. You know what? It's a great relief that all that worked. more steel here, get more steel here, get the ashes. Combine. There we go. Stack and a half of steel. We should start making something. Okay. Let's start thinking. The diode requires gallium arsenide. Gallium arsenate, sphalerite, and zinc are the primary source of the gallium. Sphalerite is in sulfur veins. Not much of the overworld. Get additional zinc. Look at this thing thinking I have a EF. Maybe I need an EBF. Maybe that's just the target. Yeah, it might be EBF time. It's necessary for aluminum. That's important. Okay. Yeah. I agree. I agree. I apologize. Let's start making a list of the general material types we need right now. The electric blast furnace is a goal. And we are going to need iron and nickel off of that. Iron is plentiful. Nickel is found where we can find it. In addition, we will need these copper nickel, which requires either aluminosilicate or mica insulator. I actually believe we have what we need for mica type stuff, except for the quartzite. Okay. The general pantheon of quartz stuff is a bit of a pain. Still, let's just do something simple and easy. Let's start an expedition into the Twilight Forest. Let's dig up just a lot of ores and start processing them. And to make this process even easier... To make that process even easier, let's make like a big old storage container. And I'm talking arbitrarily large. I'm talking iron chest. Forgot how to make an iron chest. Yeah, that's easy. What's that, 6 iron? I got 6 iron right here. Give me that. Then we need a sacrificial chest. Look at this charcoal one, considering it's basically expended. Okay, up you go. In you are. There it goes. There we go. This shall be our mining chest, even though you can't see it. I can fix that probably. Yes. Great. Pick that up. We shall make a temporary storage chest of all the things we don't need. We have plenty of stuff with us currently, though. We're going to go to the Twilight Forest, and we're going to pick up an ore vein. Maybe even several. Let's just move our unrequired secondary materials over here. Don't need the clipboard, don't need the chisel. We technically don't need the sleeping bag because it doesn't get dark in the Twilight Forest, but I'd like to have it on me just in case. Don't need the string. Buckets a utility, stackable materials a utility, or finder wand. Maybe that'll help. I'll take the purple drink. I don't need the carbon dust, definitely. Okay. Let's go on an expedition. A mining expedition. What ore do we want to acquire? I remember wanting cryolite for something. Source of aluminum. It's an important part of extracting aluminum. Yeah. So I'm thinking either the cryolite vein or this nickel vein over here. I think I'll go with the nickel, because that's directly tied to the eventual goal of Invar. There may be other benefits. But right now, it's nickel and a supply of cobalt in reserve. Even if we can't really get to it just now. Oh, this is a tough spider. Wow, that was a tough spider. This is just about over an ore vein. Wonder which one. But I didn't bring my surveying tools with me, so we are simply going to have to move on. This expedition is not about finding new ores, it's about extracting known ones. Make a bridge. Ooh, that's there's a telling deposit of ore there. I wonder if we can like logically reason out what's under there. Can we see it from here? Perhaps not, but also perhaps. Ah, of course, trees in the way. Can't see it. Won't push it. Okay, let's get to this nickel. And let's start over here. Get our trusty hammer. Tool forge it up. 30, 45, 60, 75, 90. Yes, tragic. Running out of material here, but that's what the obsidian pillars are for. Okay, let's begin. Looking good so far. Now let's move to the proper center of the chunk. I'm going to declare it to be this. It's not exactly the center, but there's no tree above me. And do our classic spiral. Green sapphire. What's sapphire doing here? This isn't even the right ore vein for you. We're in the nickel vein. What are you doing here? That one? Perhaps I am far too south for this. Maybe they are weirdly offset. Maybe I should have indeed started digging from that pile of rock. Very strange. It's just more sapphire? Or am I just unlucky? I don't understand. Nickel ore found in a nickel vein twilight forest between 10 and 40. Okay. Forgo the fancy analysis real quick. Let's just start here. Get to like 20 or so. That should put us smack dab in the middle of the vein vertically. And just dig towards where it should be. Wait, we can do better. We can know exactly where it is vertically. I forgot, we have ore vein technology. It's... No? There's just the world's smallest deposit of it. Right here. Just... in the middle of who knows what. Well, this is it. Maybe if I swapped to a more common ore for this test. Like the nickel, for instance. Oh, wait, I figured it out. I think this ore vein generated too high. To the point where most of it doesn't exist because it's above ground. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. In a geographically physical sense. Whereas the truth of the matter is, there's nothing for us here. Oh, hold on! There's hope to the north. Okay. But yeah, look at it. It's just nothing. Okay, there's a little more. I'll let the ores do the talking. Still, though, I do think a good chunk of this would have been cut off. Or maybe it's just that cobaltite is nowhere near as common as I thought it was in these ores. I'm looking at the copper I'm getting, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. Not copper nickel. I don't know why I said copper. Was I thinking of Cooper nickel? That's a material we need at some point. But yeah, it definitely feels shallow. I don't think going any further down will help. Other than that, though, this is quite the journey. I don't think I checked what petlandite was for. Yeah, the wand has gone silent. Oh! Something this way. This direction. There it is. Aha! Gonna be honest, I don't think it's worth it anymore. I think we've gotten all we can in this particular vein. It was just a little too short. A little too shallow. But we do have intel on a vein in this direction. There's just a problem of an entire Naga in the way. And then a third vein beyond it, unfortunately with a Naga in the way. Yeah, there it is. You can see the health bar and it like squirming around in there. All things considered, I can probably take it on, but not the healthiest option, I'd say. Did not mean to put that down. Oh, the apple's not done growing, that's why. Okay, maybe we can walk around. There we go. That's one outside of Nagatown. Hey, sheep. You got big horns. Wondering if you knew that. Okay, with that particular problem solved, we move on to new and exciting problems never before seen. Hello. Goodbye. Hey, Thega. Start that flowing. Keep the hostiles away. As we endeavor for more material, this is exactly what I want to see. Get the big trees out of the way. Make sure there's no light obstructing us. Oh, those give you sticks, huh? Cool. I can put a firefly on my head! That's great. Alright, let's do this. Excavate. Any little bit more. Cobaltite, good. Does it give light? That's the question. I don't know. Let's barricade me in a pit for a second. No. It does not appear to do that. That's alright, though. That's not important. What's important is that we're rich. Nominally. I guess I more mean notionally. But does it give off light like this? Uncertain. I think it does. Oh, it totally does. Remind me, what was the point of Garnierite ore again? Like, why are we getting... Oh, it's nickel and oxygen, so it's just more nickel. Great. I mean, it not providing light not while on my head makes sense, mechanically. Like, if I'm holding a torch, it's not emitting light while I'm holding it. I know there are mods that do that, but this is not one of them. Plus, mods that do that are very jaggy, because I like the unsmooth lights system. But what's important is that we're getting nickel, which is a good material. We're getting cobaltite, which will eventually be awesome. Not yet, though. Up here. I don't want to deploy the super chest just yet. Let's just stall a little longer as we get more of these materials. So these ore veins are going to give us a good supply of nickel and a mediocre supply of cobalt. Unfortunately, we can't get good material processing on this cobalt. until further into our progression of technology, maybe even medium voltage. We could technically, if we did some crazy crop breeding, but that would probably take us longer than just getting to medium voltage. Alright, I think we need to deploy the chest. Go forth, my materials, be free. In a box. Paradoxical, I know. Not the point. Then there's petlendite ore. What is... Okay, it's a lot of nickel and sulfur. Okay. I'm gonna focus on the pure nickel and the cobaltite for now. That's sort of what I'm here for. Oh, I broke my own chest. Congratulations, self. You have played the part of a fool perfectly. Good job. Yeah, I'm really excited for the cobalt tools as well. Big fan of them in Season 1. We just need to dip our foot ever so slightly into medium voltage. Or an EBF. Actually, just to confirm, for the EBF theory of processing. Cobalt dust, blast furnace. It's a medium voltage technology, but we can get to medium voltage with multiple low voltage hatches. We can make that power, if we can get that power. And once we get that power, we do have cobalt. So really, what's stopping us is the blast furnace. I think the blast furnace has to be our next major goal, as well as powering it. Really, just further overhauls to our power production is warranted. Unfortunately, we're in a perpetual circular loop of dependency, because if we want power in the most convenient way possible for us right now, we want the semi-fluid generator, which requires a cobalt wire to make. And to get that cobalt wire, we need to process cobalt, which needs an EBS. We'll have to do it a mildly inconvenient way first, I agree. And my thought is just, like, temporarily shut down all of the steam machines to route all the steam to a series of steam generators to just power the blast furnace temporarily to make, like, one cobalt, and then use that cobalt to make the semi-fluid generator. Because technically we have plenty of steam to bring to bear. 4 boilers worth of it. One could argue that we can just use them, actually. Ooh, my nutrition is trash. That stinks. Oh yeah, this is like worst case scenario. This is sandwich gone bad. Oh, I really don't even want to eat it anymore. I can't make myself eat it. This stinks. Alright. I think we've extracted enough for now. I'm a fool. Why did I think that would work? Why did I think I could break a chest and just pick it up? It's not a shulker box. That's how this works. As if I didn't make this entire convoluted system and bring the dolly so I could just boop. I'm sorry, that was just a temporary, complete failure of my own mind. Anyway, let's ransack the local environment for some food material. Are you food? You don't appear to be food. Theoretically, we get some mutton from the sheep. There's also some vegetation around we could deal with. It's something. Mushrooms exist. Maybe there's like a mushroom stew we could form. There's this tree with apples. Okay, keep the nickel scanner going, just because I want to see if there's more nickel around. But I'm gonna head south towards the cryolite one. What kind of foods? Oh, that is not cow at all. Venison? Okay, I've eaten venison. It's got protein in it. Oh, we can ransack this bush for berries. Hydra chop. Okay. Hydra chop. Okay. It drops from the Hydra. Makes sense. Leave that one for future spread. The gardens spread over time, so you should keep some around to make sure they continue to spread. That's only... Wait, this is the cursed house. I don't want to go near the cursed house. I want to go away from the cursed house, if at all possible. Cut through here. Go around the cursed house. We've got these mushroom gardens as well I'd like to ransack. Can I eat a mushroom? I can. Okay. So I know that eating these individual tiny things won't do much for our nutrition, but it will reset the diminishing returns eventually. Which is really my main goal. Because I've still got plenty of sandwiches left, I just need to make sure that they're not the only thing I'm eating. I'll do it! I'll eat them! It's important. Yes, new unique foods, based on their nutritional value, will add to a buffer, which will eventually, and over time, level up my maximum health. As you can see, through this method, I already almost have double my initial starting health, as denoted by the orangey hearts on my heart bar. Ooh, one of those obsidian pillars. I'm going to go to that, and I'm going to ransack it for the obsidian within. Because the obsidian within is good for me. I suppose theoretically I could use the lapis on it, but really I only care about the obsidian. Off we go, slowly to our destination. I hope you were right about nobody caring about these pillars, because I will be ransacking them. If it turns out that the locals do indeed have opinions on these, we're going to be in trouble. Oh, wait. Right, I have mining fatigue because I'm holding the dolly. Let's just drop it for a second. There we go. Hey Kit, I have a question. You may understand. What happens if you try and make a nether portal in the Twilight Forest? Will it go to the nether? Will it not form? Will it explode? Okay, it'll just not form. I understand. I suppose that's the logical way to do it, because if you tried to make a portal to the nether... Well, okay, if you tried to make a portal out of the nether, it could only ever get you to the overworld, you would think. Oh, hello. Goodbye. I think 18's good. Alright, that's good. Let's keep going. Now, the veins over here are sapphire, olivine. Not exactly sure how to use the manganese. The cryolite, though. That's the big one. Let's go to that. We're gonna get the cryolite, we're gonna get the aluminum. We're gonna get the lead. It's gonna be great. Hello, my old hole into the ground. How you doing? Let's get some of the foliage out. Never mind, I've already fallen down. Technically correct, Kit. I'll leave that one. Okay, how do we manipulate the future? Bonk, 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 bonk. Deploy dolly down there. Where's the treasure? Right, I found the treasure here. Does this have malachite? No. We may need to do a bit more manipulations. Which is to say we might have to find the heart of it using the ores around. Let's start with this. Saltpeter. Brown limonite. Porkberry. Can I use this for... Ooh. I'm a fan of this. Saltpeter. The ore wand is responding to malachite. Which is weird to me. Let's go cryolite vein tech. It is between 5 and 20. Generates in the Twilight Forest. Okay, let's descend in the Twilight Forest. Understandable. Put that down. Get some more brass involved. Excellent. Might want to leave the dolly up here temporarily, just so we can dig down. Jade. Cryolite. That's gonna be our detector. Confirmed. We're in the right spot. Oh, we're under 20, so we're officially in the money zone. There's lead. My old adversary. Here we go. Alright, let's get that, Dolly. Bring it down here. And get to work. Hammer out. Sledge. Look at all of this. Delicious lead. Well, it's Galena, but, you know, same point. In fact, Galena is just lead with sulfur. This is good, this is good, this is very, very good. Would have preferred more cryolite, however. Delicious. This is like, the density of this stuff is obscene. How's this so much? I guess the veins have to be a bit more dense than usual because of the Twilight Forest's general shallowness of ore. Bedrock is so close to the surface that if you want a vein to have vein levels of stuff in it, you gotta make sure it's dense enough to hold it all. Interesting design consideration. So yeah, this is gonna be plenty of lead. Plenty of lead. The galena will also provide plenty of sulfur. Not only is it dense, it's wide. I would not have expected this much. There's more lead here, galena, than cobblestone. I'm getting more ore than cobblestone. This is wild. There's the silver. We'll need some of that too for Electrum. Wow. All that goes in there. Of all the things limiting me right now, it's torches. So I'm limited. I have to restrict myself slightly to digging near this hole to the sky, which is bright, to act as a torch. But aside from that, this is just free. I'm gonna not need any of this for so long, and then when I do need it, I'm not gonna need much. Well, okay, maybe the lead's gonna be important. Silver is probably an important resource, especially in, like, Electrum-styled stuff. Yeah, what's this? Don't know what it is. We can make live root dust, which makes ironwood dust. Hey, Kit, you were talking about ironwood as being a thing before, right? Is it that? Okay. Oh. Looks like this is out of batteries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That makes complete sense to my math. I've mined so much I've actually burnt through the entire hammer just here. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Oh, there's a torch. are the uses of silver? General purpose material, blue alloy, okay. I wonder how good silver is in, like, Tinker's materials. Silver wire. Fine silver wire. Oh, okay, so it's the standard, a standard cable for high voltage. Interesting. I guess in that case, it's the high voltage equivalent of copper, and I will be needing a lot of it eventually. Also, you're right. If it were steel, we'd be having problems. I will admit to that. Also, where I've dug too greedily and too deep. Truly, truly. And now I can't get back up. I should move the, should move that chest down lower. Yeah, break that torch. Don't need it. Put these away. Where'd this wrench come from? Did I just always have it with me? I guess that must be the case, huh? Well, back down I go. Actually, what's this? I want to know what this is. What do you mean wrench ore? No. No, I'm not accepting that that's... I'm not accepting that that's real. No, no, no. You... I don't know why I'm believing you. Okay, now I'm increasingly confident this is not true. Oh, we got a hidey hole. I'm not even going down here. Oh wait, I remember why I'm going down here. I'm looking for, like, torch berry. No, no. No, no. You stop this. Cease this insanity. Okay, I think that due to the lack of torches, I'm going to stop. I'm going to cut my gains and leave. Now, not to say that we haven't gotten a whole lot of material. Look at all of this. This is wild. We are going home. I did it again. I did it again. I did it again. In. Take that back. Put these in. Looking good and clear. Make sure I haven't accidentally dropped anything. I have not dropped anything. Yeah, okay. Dolly. Good. We leave. We fight. New question to ask in a hypothetical situation, which I'm in. What happens if you try to sleep in the Twilight Forest? On one hand, I think it wouldn't work simply because it's never nighttime, but on the other, I worry it'll do like another thing and explode. I like to think that the simplest solution is just it's not nighttime, so legally you can't sleep. Okay, I believe you. It's plum. Like, I'm carrying some precious cargo. I'm not in the mood to, experiment. Let's get the heck out of here. Okay, yeah, no. I am not insane. Frankly, it's concerning that I thought it was possible. Okay, that's not the point. Point is, we can take back our big important stuff. We can proceed back to base. And the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a conveyor belt. I know this seems like a particularly odd thing to want to make immediately, but I have reason for it. In particular, I want to dump everything I own into this giant macerator and, like, let it process out 80 million ores. But in order to do that, I need a way to automatically extract stuff from the output bus. Unfortunately, just a tin pipe won't do it. So I'm going to need a proper motor. That said, motors are pretty simple to make. At least in theory. Weird that I'm out of iron. Actually, very weird that I'm out of iron. Why am I out of iron? Oh, right. I put nearly all of it into here. There, let's, we got the blood. Let's just do the iron. Anyway. We can start doing the material processing now. What do we start with? Well, we want to invest in Invar, so let's start with nickel. Yeah. While we wait, let's reactivate the automatic smeltery machine so that we can get enough iron to do the thing I'm trying to do. More, please. Thank you. You can, but why would we? When we have all the slime we could possibly need. Like, it's right there. Okay, 2 of these need to be magnetized immediately. There's the polarizer. These will be our motor components. Wire mill, we're going to need about 4 copper worth of wire. Lather engrazer complete. Excellent. Let's prep this. Hammer out of here. Magnets. Cable, now for the tin. Of which we are out. You want to fill this one kit, Thega? No. Let's just buy 10. In. Tin. Okay, 2 there, 2 there. That's the 2 motors. Next thing is we need rubber. That is enough, actually. We don't have a convenient way to make rubber sheet. Actually, maybe we do. Okay, looking at what I'm seeing, it seems like a fluid solidifier would be in our interests. Because it'll let us do some rubber bar conversion to sheet instantly. Well, not instantly, but like without material loss. In fact, we can tee one up right now. Never mind, we can't. We need an electric pump. Which is more rubber. Flip pipe's easy, tin electric motor. I mean, like, part of this is just fueled by my own laziness in the matter. I should just do this. And just to confirm, it's 8 to 12 EUs per tick. Okay. But like, yeah, the fluid processing for rubber is going to make things cheaper in terms of rubber. And rubber is just a production bottleneck. Hmm. All right, you know what? Why not? Let's make some pumps first. So, to utilize our rubber effectively, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we're going to need 8. These are for the rubber rings. After all, if we're not utilizing our massive quantities of... I should go further beyond. I should go further. I should be making the low voltage technologies that I have available to me. I should be making a chemical reactor. What do we need by this? Motor, tin rotor. This is easy. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Okay, we are officially changing the plan. Pumps can come later. We are making 2 new low voltage machines. A chemical reactor and a fluid solidifier. Why did I come over here? The wrought iron. Doing this is important. With the chemical reactor, we will gain access to new types of material processing, but most importantly right now, a much more efficient way to make rubber. It will be molten rubber, but it will be rubber. So we do that immediately. Take these out, wrench these in. These are our machine casings. We don't have pull on deck here. That's okay. I don't really care. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 of these here. The bending machine will have the 4. Done. So, we now have 2 machine hulls with intent to make 2 machines. I'm going to start with the chemical plant. Chemical reactor. 2 tin. Motor we already have. We need 2 glass and a tin rotor. Rotors are still a little bit... Oh, hey. That's interesting. I suppose that's taking the place of a screw of some kind. We're going to need tin rotors in mass anyway. So let's just go... One for this and then 2. Molten lead would be ideal for this because that's exactly 1/3 of a lead, I think. So we'll make 3 tin rotors using this recipe. All right, let's process some lead then. Real happy to finally be the proud owner of some lead. While that's going, let's work on the tin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tin for the plate. 1, 2, 3 for the rods, which will be rings. Awkwardly, this will leave a little bit of tin dust left over, but we'll manage. And then just pass out one of this lead so I can use it. I don't particularly care that it's unprocessed, I just want it done. Wow, it takes a long time. Oh, but free silver, though. Okay. Let's just do that processing, which we need. 12 here, 3 here. Take out the iron dust. You're going at 16, you're going at 24. That's a little more than power provides. Let's halt the production. Yep, that's the sound of problems. Let's prepare the assembly machine for this. Setting 4. That lead, you ready yet? No, we still got another minute. I should have just dunked it in the cauldron. What did I need the extra silver for? Well, 1 tin lathing is done. I'll wait till the plates are ready. Another instance of our poor power production. Does nickel give us as a bonus? Cobalt! Oh, absolutely! Alright, plates are done. You've got... yeah. Plates are the insidious ruiner of your face. Put these in there. We don't have any better way to make rings, so we'll just do a hammer file loop. Meanwhile, lead's ready. Can I fluidate this instantly? Yes, thank goodness. Well, in that case, just sort of extract that fluid, please. Extract that fluid, please. Oh, it's a medium voltage recipe. Is there any version of... No, okay. So I can't. So I can't. Hey, what about molten tin? Ooh, that's low voltage. You know, I've got all this spare tin dust around. Say I use that instead. There's our 3, there's our ring, tin. There's our tin rotors. Now, I don't know how to get that little bit out. Okay, I do know one way. It's... Seriously? Well, that stinks. Diamond saw blade? I just opened that on a whim and it gave me a diamond saw blade. What can I use this for? Okay, well, I can make a saw. I mean, that makes sense. That's reasonable. Good burger, by the way. Okay, I just made 3 tin rotors. What's next? What else do I need? Let's check the checklist here. Chemical reactor. Put that on the line. Okay. Motor is check. Rotor is check. Cable is check. Circuits is check. Hull is check. We just need the 2 glass. What's our glass situation looking like? Is there any spare glass in here? No. No glass. 3 glass. And if I recall, we're going to need an extra glass for the fluid extract, or the fluid solidifier later. So I'll bring all 3 of it with me. There's our chemical reactor. For lack of a better location, I'll put it there. Now, the thing I want to do with this chemical reactor is make rubber. It's only 16 EUs per tick. And it is good. So let's do this. 9 raw rubber dust. And some sulfur. We are going to go through rubber so fast now. As designed. This is the rubber revolution. This is where it starts. But we can't use any of this rubber until the fluid solidifier is done as well. Because it's through the fluid solidifier that we are able to turn this rubber into the rubber sheets and bars that we want for this process. So until that is the case, we must endure. So let's just make the fluid solidifier then. We just need glass, 2 pumps, a chest. Put this on the docket. There we go. Check on those. Check on the cables. We just need the 2 pump and the chest. Now the chest is easy. We can just build one of those. Let's build one of those. Don't got any wood on me. Is there spare wood in here? Negative. Spare wood in here, only in dust form. Well, it seems to me that I'm having a little bit of a shortage on wood. Take 2 of these. And I'll do the assembly machine for this simply because I don't care. If I recall correctly, we want this on setting 8. Put in the planks. There they go. Now, about the diamond saw blade. Is it this simple? Of course not. Saw blade. I mean, it's that easy for a iron saw blade. I made a saw out of these materials. Maybe I need a better stick. Maybe I need like a steel rod. I need to look carefully here. Yeah. It's stick iron. Shapeless, it's just stick and iron. There's no complications there. But this one only allows this. I don't know. I do not know. Well, it's tool related, so I will keep it in here. But I worry that this diamond saw blade is not a replacement for any saw I own. Well, there's the chest at least. Now we just need the 2 pumps. To make the 2 pumps, we're going to need to make another motor. I will make 2 just to have an even amount. So, those in there. The tin cable... Hold on. We don't have enough tin cable. We will have enough tin cable. Oh boy, what lovely, lovely timing. Set that to 1. We will have tin cable. Coke's coming along nicely. We are running out of charcoal for the steel, and this will lead us into our first major crisis in a while. Namely that we're out of charcoal. Nice. I got these rubber sheets for the rings. Let's make the rings. There we go. These rings are used to make the pumps. 4 rings. 4 tin cable. Motor. Wait, can the pumps be made in an assembler? Yes, but there's no recipe advantage to doing that. We need some tin screws. And maybe my past self could have made this a lot easier if he didn't ruin the tin supply by liquefying it and using the liquid recipe and just making more screws. But, you know how it is. It do be the way that it is, has it is bid is. That's business for you. We should reprocess some of this iron dust, yeah? Can we fluid extract it? That's always sort of the first question. Only at medium voltage, okay. No such luck right now. And we're out of lava. So, we'll take the standard approach. Give me that. Give me my saw. Give me my lathe. And that will be all. Wait, I forgot there's, like, important materials we need. Move the stone dust and quartz sand out for a second. We need a bronze fluid pipe, a screwdriver, and a wrench. Bronze fluid pipe. It doesn't look like I have any spare, and I do remember basically using them all on the system. So, classic, put 6 in here. Wrench and hammer that into a pipe. Hold on. If I make the electric pump with the assembler, I don't need those tools, just the ingredients. So let's do that. Motor. Two of these. 4 of these. Rotor them. Put these back in. There was a third thing I stole. It was more buckets. Okay. Those. Looking correct so far. What am I missing? The pipe. And the pipe and the screws. There's the screws. Make the pipe. Other way. Now we're just missing the next motor, which I can do. Did not make the iron for it. Fortunately, the iron extraction has gone well. Tin, put it in there. So it turns out materially I don't need it yet, but I will buy the extra tin cable now anyway, just to be sure. One more. Okay, the system is going. We are about to have our fluid solidifier, and rubber shall now be approximately free. It won't be, but it'll be close. Polarize this one. So that's our motor. That is our second pump. Very good. Next, we prepare the fluid extractor recipe. Put the... Oh. No. Fluid solidifier recipe. I almost tricked myself. There we go. Now we can do something like this. Fill up all the rubber. Put it in here in sheet form. I think sheet form is going to be more generally useful than bar form. Though it doesn't matter. If we need to undo it, we can just fluid extract the rubber. We are rich in rubber. Finally. Finally, we are rich in rubber. With sulfur as a minor catalyst, we can just keep making rubber forever now. And it will be wonderful. Granted? We're out of rubber. This is a false problem, though. Because we simply need to harvest the farm. I understand, and it's also probably my fault. But I welcome it, and hope you have a good time. Both on the trip you're about to do, and also the... Oh, I just discovered a problem with my setup here. The slimes are... The leaves of the slime block are growing into the slime blocks, thus deleting them, meaning I'm getting less yield. Interesting. Perhaps a distance of exactly 3 is not good. Distance of 2... No, I don't... Maybe... Okay, we might have to go out to 4. Distance of 5? Okay, I'll try it. This was an experiment anyway. Shouldn't feel bad about needing to revise it. So I won't. Okay, let's pick all this up. Best of my ability, prioritize... What the heck? How'd that happen? Okay, pick up the results of this experiment. The experiment was more so about the leaf distribution by densely packing the leaves together. In that regard, it was a complete success, but in terms of actual slime yield, dismal failure. Unexpected result. But that's fine. We shall now repeat the experiment with an operational distance of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This suggests to us that we should expand the area slightly. Not that tough in this direction. It was already pretty shallow. Keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can go beyond. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's our buffer spot. Pumpkin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fill this in. The system is clear. Okay. Tells us that we need to slice off one layer on the left and obviously open this up, but that the other side is fine because that was our starting layer. Oh, I'm using the hammer and not the shovel. My mistake. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. This is all fine. I guess I'll carve through this. Not gonna bother actually saving the dirt or plant life atop it. Not really my objective. I'm just trying to make a nice level field to grow slime. Good. All right, let's plant the tree. It's better to do it this orientation. Yep. Hey, first customer. Clearance is looking good. Great. Well, with that little peaceful bit of slime extraction, we can now make absurd more amounts of what we want. Part of me wonders if I should completely automate the quote-unquote rubber line. Let's also not forget to bring the glue tank over. Put that there. Get ourselves Solid 40. That will go through nicely. Let's take a nap for our trouble. I forgot how fast that gets built. Okay. Put some of the materials away. Yeah, we're gonna make a lot of rubber. I have an optimization I would like to make. Chemical reactor there. Flour mill here. Why am I doing this? Simple. I can manipulate the paths everything's taking. Unfortunately, I have shot myself in the foot once more by... Ooh, wait. 400 Kelvin. Molten rubber is 400 Kelvin. What's steam? Well, actually, let's just look at a liquid pipe. No. Fluid pipe. Particularly of the Greg Techian variety. There we go. Heat limit 350. Heat limit 1,000. Heat limit 2,000. Okay, so I don't care about making copper pipe that much. I'll just make bronze. It's generally applicable. Next question. Molten rubber processing creation is 16 EU per tick. What about solidification? 4. Wait. 8. 8 for this. Okay. We have the power to do that in perpetuity, but only alone. My shenanigans are silly, but I very much enjoy them. My plan is just sort... Huh? Oh, right. Right, okay. It's gonna be... The pursuit of greater technology is going to be the pursuit of greater power. They are intertwined. It's an unavoidable truth. Mass rubber, go! Alright, so as I understand, the ratio is now 1 rubber to 1 rubber, so putting in a stack of rubber will give us approximately a stack of rubber sheet. And for the most part, that's the one we want. So rubber is free now. Approximately. Emotionally. Psychologically, that's how it feels. But you still got to deal with it. It's a material like any other. But this means that the alloy smelter's main job now is to create the occasional bronze that we sometimes use But soon it shall have to be brought back into production to make us our Invar. Put that in, take these out. Still though, going from no rubber to 3 rubber is very good. And maybe... maybe just do it. Just make another steam turbine, have it pipe like to here, and then just make a dedicated rubber line with these two. I don't know. Are we going to be using the chemical reactor for anything else? Fluid solidifier is basically unusable for metals until medium voltage. Really, this is just, for right now at least, a rubber machine. And a very good one at that. That's a good supply. We used to be starved of rubber, now we're drowning in it. How's the mixer doing? There's our cobalt, there's our nickel. What's our Invar requirements? Let's start making the Invar. What exactly do we need? Okay, heat-proof machine casing, it says we want 11. Electric blast furnace, and I'm just running the numbers here. Put input on the bottom. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm looking for the ones that aren't the hatches. I want just the casings. All of these seem to be casings though. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Okay, so this includes the blast furnace. So, first objective. Make 11 of those. This is done with Invar. To make 1 requires all this in Invar. This makes 2, which is unfortunately not a decent mathematical quantity to work with because we're going to need an odd number of them for right now. At the very least, we can approximate it as 4 rods, which is 2 ingots. So, one of these is going to be 8 Invar. So we are going to need 88 Invar. Makes sense to me. How do we make Invar? Fluid solidifier, of course. Fluid extraction, recycling, okay, that all makes sense. How do we make Invar? Alloy smelter, 2 iron ingot, 1 nickel dust, or I guess any equivalent of the trio, equals 3 Invar. So by my estimate, we are going to need approximately 30 nickel and 60 iron. That is well within our material quantity. In fact, there's the nickel already. And cable's been updated. The iron is going to require a bit of material processing. I guess we have a lot of random iron junk around. And hey, there's 60. Cool. This will make us 90 Invar, which is basically the correct amount. Alloy away. That's Invar. Steel production has stalled, I believe, due to a lack of charcoal, yes. We have enough cactus coke to do a few rounds of this, so let's do a few rounds of this. Another problem is the lack of iron. We've kind of gone through our iron supplies, and I need to check all of the random chests that we've created so far to find a solution. Found it. Found our solution. You done with your nickel supply? Excellent. Now, focus on pyrite, please. I'll take these, put these away. Happy to have the cobalt. Shame we can't use it just yet. Alloys are smelting. We've got more rubber for the rubber, so let's make more rubber. I'm starting to see the need for, like, heavy-duty, dedicated, automated processing. Like, now that we have 1 million rubber, we need to put it on 1 million tin, 1 million other cables, and make what we want out of those. First, let's deal with the map here. Yeah, so this is a scenario where I have to wait till the bending machine's ready to go. I'd have to temporarily pause my chemical production. That's okay. Suddenly have this nagging suspicion that I'm out of logs again. No, we're at 7 stacks. Okay. That's good. Let's put the rest of the rubber away. We don't need it for a while. Eat some venison. We still need the conveyor belt. Let's make it. But now I think the thing I... What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Bungled it a little bit, but this is actually still fine. Because I can lathe that out, and then there'll be... tiny little dust piles, which... Yeah, okay. I saved it. In my own weird way. Naturally, we're gonna need more wire. Our mill's down here now. And it's just so easy now. Check this out. Motor. All the free rubber we have. Cable. There's our conveyor belt. We can just make them now. What can I do with them? Okay, we got cover filters, track removers, bunch of railcraftian type stuff. Not exactly what I'm on the look for. Slicing machine, unpackager, cutting machine, electromagnetic separator. This seems like a highly specific type of ore processor. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot of wild stuff when we get there. Chemical bath, interesting. Circuit assembler. We need that, right? Yeah, we definitely need that. In fact, it's arguably one of the things we should be doing immediately. Big hole in our material right now is quartz. It's just one particular thing we do not have in good supply. Well, not a problem. Right now, we are about to be rich in material. Just look at this. I take out this stone dust. I put in this stone dust. Why isn't it moving? First off, I meant to put the stone dust. Will this work? Is it working right now? Import, it's pulling out of here. Oh. Yes, it's working. All right, then. Where do we start? We got nickel. We have silver, we have nickel. I've already gotten enough nickel in processing to do Invar. Is there other things we can do nickel with? Using a lot of mixtures. Is it a decent wire material? Or durability don't look that good on a tool. So again, what a... Ooh, Cooper... Wait. Oh, wait. I remember this. Cooper nickel is important because Cooper nickel wire is like one of the main ingredients of the blast things. Invar tools. Invar... appears to be vaguely equivalent to iron, at least with what I'm seeing so far. Look for something simpler. Yeah, durability to it. Yeah, it's about iron. How much better? Which is understandable because nickel is not very good. But cupronickel, just by my own recollection, is another ingredient in the thing. Let's get a lot of that. Just barrel it in there. And you know what? Some silver for good measure. Okay. Now what? Okay, the Invar is done. Okay. So we are going to need 11. We need 6 plates for each. So that's going to be 66 plates of Invar. So start bending. take some of these out, prepare them over here. The rest of the invar we made is to be turned into rods, and we may need to do some recycling on that part. Though I did make slightly more invar than necessary. So maybe not as much recycling is going to be needed. Meanwhile, let's process some more lead. Now, processing lead in a different way than what I'm doing would maybe be a good way to get more silver, but we'll get more silver anyway when we put it through the centrifuge. So that's fine. The pyrite's ready with some free sulfur. Put them in here. And that's a good bit of iron. Still. We have limitations. How's bending going? 36? 36? Not bad. You're like halfway there. Maybe purify some of these dust and start putting them away. The stack of lead's gonna clog up the mixer for a while, though. Yeah. Yeah, 2 minutes per. Amber, the general materials abound. Get through that stack of that stuff. How about you process a stack of this stuff? Yeah, that's just gonna have to keep going. Great, that's done. Okay. So in principle, we need 11 invar frames. 11 invar frames are made out of 8 rods producing 2. So in principle, let's say to make 12, because there's no way to divide it fractionally anymore. To make 12, we would need 48 rods? Wait a minute. I'm only starting to think like we've done the math. Oh, okay. There's the rest of them. Gotcha. Gotcha. That was not the whole invar supply I had. Okay. So, to make 12, we're going to need 48 rods. Comprised out of the 24-ish ingots here. We would have to do some recycling. We'd actually have to do meta recycling. And I don't want to do meta recycling, so instead of doing that nonsense, I'm simply going to get slightly more nickel and iron. Make a few extra invar, and just make them to rods directly. It's not like we'll never need to make more. And, even better, a use for the iron dust. We are low on combustibles. A problem for a me ever so slightly in the future. Yeah, that looks simple enough. Maybe I should invest in an electric furnace. Alternatively... Can alloy smelter with it? That's odd. I was expecting to be able to use alloy smelter plus ingot mold equals Invar ingot redemption arc. Guess not. Just do that. Oh! Oh, we can do it in halves! What the heck? Okay. The assembler can do it in halves. So the exact numbers are actually very clear. We need 44 rods. We can very clearly logic that out. And I have not been giving this assembly machine enough credit, huh? Ooh, okay. How about you do some cryolite while you're at it? Just trying to get the even spread. Make sure we have some processing of all the ores in case we need any of them. Okay, to confirm, this is on setting 4. That's 5. We're halfway there. Okay, now we're halfway there. Reso's getting pretty full here. I do like the cactus. My farm is nowhere near large enough for general purpose use. Clean this up a little bit. Don't know why I'm bothering, I just care. Got free mutton. It feels a little silly to do this, but if I just have like tiny little incidental bits of crafts to craft, it should be fine. In principle, we are not restricted on our log supply. So long as I can perform lumberly actions. It's mostly just a matter of getting it to where it needs to go. Okay, what's the total of these we have right now? 8, 9. We need 8 more. You ally me some more. You have not. That's okay. Let's just put a solid 8 in here. I mean, we could make a backpack. We could do it. I suppose you're right. What is backpack we want? There are a lot of them. Mining backpack. Digging backpack. Forest backpack. Oh, this weird one? Just more inventories, huh? Alright. Let's see. 5 tanned leather. That's, might be a little bit of a problem. That's a lot of leather. By my estimates, it's gonna be 20 leather. Let's eat one of these big old foods. Drink some of the random. I've had beef jerky. I've had that. I've had crumble. I'll eat another crumble. Well, hold on a second. We're in the future. I think that's a little too future. Yeah. Yeah, these are pretty future. Okay, we're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way, which means we need 20 leather. We only have 15. We do not have enough leather to make a backpack. Now that's not really a problem. We can get more leather. All we gotta do is find cow. You cow? You're not cow. I suspect there's cow out in the fields. Mostly sheep, though. I don't know what your deal is, but you're not dealing in it anymore. Just like cultivate them? Maybe. Yeah, this is mostly just sheep. Not leather. See a pig over there. Yeah, it's just more pig and sheep. There are no cows around, which is unfortunate. suppose it's the reason I stopped making the things that I make. Steak sandwiches. Moving on from that, we're about to have enough Invar for everything we need, except we haven't prepared any of the other materials, but just starting with the heat-proof machine casing is pretty good. There we are. There you are. There these are. There that is. This has got to be creatable in an assembler. Yeah, yes. Just put them in there. I got to remember that. I have automated crafting now. I can just do it. Maybe this way will be cow. I have an idea. I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but the hammer has looting on it. If I find a cow and hit it with the hammer, then more leather? More steak? While I'm here, I'll get the pigs as well. I need some bacon sandwiches. Oh yeah. The good. I'm ambivalent towards mutton. Theoretically usable in chicken pot pie. Huh? Oh, there's a cow. Got a leather. Where the heck am I going? Just wandering. A perhaps ill-conceived quest for cow. That's a good point. Get the sheep out of here so that the cows can thrive. Ah, that quicksand. You're not supposed to be in quicksand. We need biodiversity. You gotta go. That's true. There's probably something we can craft with egg. That said, bacon sandwiches, steak sandwiches are back on the menu. Chicken pot pie also possibly back on the menu. Is that a thing? It is. Well, it seems doable. Even better, I don't have to cook the mutton. The biggest thing I'd be missing here is peas. Get rid of all this. I've been using the bookmarks. I've just been accidentally pressing left. Is there anything special to the way peas are made? I think I have some peas. You are correct. This is very good. Diminishing returns shall be less of an issue in the future as a result of our actions here today. What do you mean the dispenser changes? Oh. How does that work? Oh, we have room for a pea line. Alright, let's plant some peas. Oh, interesting. There we go. Take that. Where are the peas? Do I not have peas? Did I eat them, not realizing their importance to me in this exact moment? Concerningly possible. Hey, Zephyr, hello! I'm looking for peas. I apparently need them to make a shepherd's pie. Yeah, I don't have peas. Okay, what do I do? Stalk garden. We gotta find some peas. We're gonna find a stalk garden. You think this is a stalk garden? Incorrect. The leafy garden. There's an important distinction. Oh, hey, this was an entire raid. I did not realize that. Hi. Hello, everyone. How you doing? Congratulations on joining me for my pea quest. The most recent in the giant collection of distractions I am being brought upon in my quest for a great industrial revolution. Because I got distracted because I was hungry, and then I went out to kill cows, to get leather, to make a backpack, and now I'm looking for peas for some reason. What are these? Eggplants? That's not a peas. Chili pepper. Bell pepper. I should probably be responsible and catalog these. Seems like the proper thing to do. Okay, put those in there. Looking good. That's some more plants. Maybe I should move the leafy gardens over here so I don't have to keep walking back and forth. You can do that. You don't have to break a garden. You can right-click on it to pick it up as whole thing. It's a useful skill. I'll break one here. Is that a peas? Soybean is not peas. Okay, let's move the garden over here so it can grow more. And then break this one. Nothing. Okay, you know what? Heck with it. Nothing! There are no peas here. What am I going to do with tomatoes? I already have tomatoes. Tomatoes like one of my most major exports. What am I going to do? Oh, we got more stock gardens at least. Oh, we already have chili pepper, so I can safely eat that. Same with eggplant. And that, of all things, was level up on health, okay? No. No. Oh. Ditch the tomato. Eat chili pepper. Eat eggplant. We have peas! We have power, okay. Seedma. Full strength. We are making a farm. Go. Bone meal. We got bones. We can macerate those. We got meal. In fact, I think we have a pretty good bone supply, if I recall correctly. More than yeah, look at that. Okay, there are ways to do this. There are ways. Yes, we add wood ash to the recipe, we get more bone meal. Chemical bath does mysterious things. Don't worry about that. Mixer, multi-block mixer. Macerator will give us 4. I think that's good enough. Okay, let's make a stack of bone meal by macerating the bones and then grow as many peas as we can. Launch it. Oh, and it's fast. Oh, we ran out of space. What? What? $6,000 Ha! All of our bone meal is gone. It has been voided by the machine. How in the world? That's horrifying. I'm stunned. That should not be how that is. Why is that how that is? You're gonna gatekeep bones? Like that? Why? What do you mean no auto farm? This is an industrial mod pack. It's all about automating everything. What the heck? Well, anyway. We did it. Pea farm is ready to go. Let's make some of those pies then, huh? Let's see. Shepherd's pie is peas, mutton, potato, carrot, some dough. Put it on either bakeware, which is stainless steel, which we do not have access to, or utilize a rolling pin, of which I think we have one. Okay. Let's recipe this out, huh? Oh, rolling pin there. Check. Mutton there. Check. Pie there. Potato there. Carrot there. Dough here. Looking at my estimates, the big limiting factor is going to be potatoes, so let's pick some more. There we go. Get some carrots while we're here. I suppose this is functionally equivalent to the chicken pot pie, considering I was making chicken pot pie in basically the exact same way, minus the peas, and using minced meat instead of the mutton. So really, this is completely equivalent. All right, we made some shepherd's pie. Oh no, we have a new limiting factor, and that is that our rolling pin has exploded. Ain't that tragic news for your local fair? Looks like it's time to make a new rolling pin using our new rolling pin technology. I was incorrect on how this is made. There's probably a tool involved. Yes, we need a file. Oh, you can make a polyethylene rolling pin. You can make an aluminum rolling pin. You can make a stainless steel roll. If you're making a stainless steel anything for cooking, just use the stainless steel pot variant. Anyway. Let me just borrow the file real quick. Back in the kitchen, back on the board. Good. Rolling pin. Looks like we ran out of peas. Okay. Put the dough back, put the potatoes back, put the mutton here. Go to this chest, sort it. Sorted. Great, we have shepherd's pie. Very good, very good. Let's put it in our lunch bag. It shall... Huh. What are the differences? Either way, brand new food dropped. Excited for that one. I am struggling to keep the steel production online. Truly, truly a struggle. It is possible to upgrade the lunch bag. You can instead make a lunch box. The benefits of which I am not exactly certain. But there's a lunchbox. The machine, okay, we got the heat-proof machine K thing. First step done for our EBF, which we are making. We're going to need the classic input, output, input hatches. Maybe an output hatch too. Who knows? Maintenance hatch is going to be spooky. Muffler hatch also spooky. Kinda. But the big question is going to be the coils. The super coils at the bottom of this list. And you can see it here. We need 128 double strength Cooper nickel wire. Which means we're going to need 128 Cooper nickel. Which means we're going to need a stack of copper and a stack of nickel. That's actually not that bad. Oh, hold on, I gotta fight somebody. Hello, buddy, I'm fighting you. Never mind. He got bamboozled by whether or not I was going to fight him or not. You know, rotten flesh is actually a decent source of minced meat. So, decent recipe. The trick, as I understand it, is to compress it into flesh and then macerate it into mincemeat. Because you can't go direct. At least I don't think you can go direct. Methane. Methane. Now, I'm not crazy enough to think that that's going to be a decent enough source of fuel to power a factory. But it started making me think about the energy crisis again. What if it doesn't have to be the trees? What if we just plant some generic plant and then convert it into biomass, which is then biofuel? Like, biofuel's real. I don't know how we get it. Maybe biomass. Biochaff plus water in either a brewery or a pyrolysis oven equals biomass. But if I have a pyrolysis oven, I'm going for benzene anyway. Well, no. It's not that part that needed it. It was a distillery. Okay, that's biomass, biochaff, plant mass, plant ball, creosote. There are more ways to make creosote. Fluid extractor. The heck is this? Okay, distill wood tar to make creosote. But if I'm distilling stuff, if I'm distilling wood tar, that's like medium voltage anyway, so I just do benzene instead. Extracting on wood pulp. Pyrolyzed medium voltage. These are the coke oven recipes. Yeah, these are just the normal. So coke, okay, cactus, sugarcane, cactus charcoal, sugar charcoal, coal, log, every log. These are more advanced. These are industrial coke ovens, not regular coke ovens. Distillery. I wonder if there's something here. How? Okay. In 0.8 seconds, we get 5 liters. 8,000. We would still need. Okay, you know what really annoys me? That combustion generator wise, this is still enough. I think. But 64 EUs. we run this twice is 128. No, it's not enough. Fluid extracting wood tar is not enough to self-sustain this process, even if we had the wood pulp, which we don't. Oh, but we could have it. No, it's not fast enough. Macerator would need to go insane. That's a terrible plan. Do not do that, Self. If there was any plan at all, it would be regular coke oven, just another one. Not one of these four, just like one or two extra. Put into the same input system so it could just keep doing things. Like over here, we put two more. These purely extract creosote to a separate line that goes to semi-fluid generators, which we can't have because we do not have a source of cobalt ingots, because we do not have a freaking EVF. Which leads us back to the current situation. We need the EVF. One stack of copper. We need a stack of nickel. Do this. The stack of copper, the stack of nickel will make 2 stacks of copper nickel, which is exactly as much as we need for the coils. I agree. I think ultimately we are going to need a transitionary power source. Good enough. Put that in there. How long is this going to take? 30 seconds. Absolutely fine. A lot better than the lead. I don't know why the lead takes so long. And the steel has run dry. We are not starved of problems to solve. We really aren't. We're in a problem-rich environment. Take out some of this excess. Oh, that's the completion. Let's take the excess cobalt and nickel over there. We got our stack of copper. We got our stack of nickel. Let's make that copper nickel. We're making that copper nickel. Let's just keep the processing train going. I've got a handful of crushed ores that I would like to thin out. Silver, impure pyrite. This chest is full. We have a lot of stuff, huh? Well, further aluminum and alumina. Important. Fluorine as well. Upwardly, it seems like ideally, like it's gonna make a lot more cryolite than aluminum at face value, which is annoying because we want more alumina than cryolite in order to get the system running. One more steel. At least the Cooper nickel's going well. What silver give us again? Lead. Symbiotic relationship there. Cooper nickel's going to need level 2. Let's just confirm with the quest. 2x Cooper nickel wire, which is wire mill set to 2. And we can just put in the ingots directly. Final nickel craft. Go for a cobaltite. Cryolite for when you're done chunking through this. In 3 seconds. There you go. We do have a good bit of aluminum already. It's a matter of finding a way to turn them into a bar. Now, direct aluminum dust to ingot in blast furnace is actually not possible. We have to go the long way around by using raw aluminum from Tinker's Construct. Because that's medium voltage. Now, it's not particularly worse for us, it's just annoying. Because we gotta put it... Oh. Here I was thinking we had to use a casting table, but apparently a compressor works just fine. There's my wire mill. Wire milling. You go. Let's do more lead. Now I regret cooking the mutton. Darn it. Now that we know how to use it correctly. I've made a decision. Or, more accurately, I've gained some resolve. We need to get more coke ovens. That's just an immutable fact. So let's get what we need for more coke ovens. This will cost us the alloy smelter. So we are going to have to wait until the Cooper nickel is done being alloyed. But truly, we can wait. Put the Cooper nickel in the tech chest. Not happy about the pin situation. Final steel on the line. We are charcoal-less. So the plan for the new coke ovens that I haven't built yet, but I'm about to build, is that we'll just put them here. They'll just be an extension off of these, but they won't be attached to the same system. They will instead go this way, into a separate zone, where the creosote will be stored for future semi-fluid, or just whatever fuel we want to use it in for, to make electricity. I trust that you were able to discern that from the fractured English speech I did there. And then the charcoal will be for steel supply and production. And maybe just as an extra added bonus for whatever we need. We could also just tear these down. As much as I'm fond of them, they're not really doing what I wanted from them. File in there. We should still have some spare coke oven brick from our previous reckless attempt to make coke oven. Where are they? Because we most certainly did not have a perfect distribution. It was not an even split. I didn't even try. Probably in one of these machining chests. There it is. Only 5? Okay, that's not a lot. Moving on. Oh. There, you're there, you're there. You are there, you are here. And now move these to the work table, because that's where we're constructing these things. So, next quest for the Cooper nickel is the... Yeah. The coil block itself. The molten tin, easy to procure. Cooper nickel coil requires either aluminosilicate wool, which is apparently silicon dioxide and ruby. Silicon dioxide is taken out of raw silicon ore somehow. As asbestos. In a very roundabout way. Chrysotile. Fuller's Earth. but again, in a very odd, roundabout production way. These wild ones, which one could not hope to locate. I know it says, hey, use aluminosilicate instead, but I think I'd rather just use the mica. Mica insulator foil is mica insulator sheet times 4. So that's convenient. So 2 of these will make 1 of these. So let's do that. 2. Still 2. This is quartzite silicon dioxide. Oh, they've cheesed the system on me. I still need quartz. We're going to need nether quartz. Okay, we're going to have to go back to the nether and find a nether quartz vein. Not ideal. Okay, alloy's done. Start making some dang coke oven bricks. Those in there. You now have the inventory space. That's more than a full stack. Mathematician secured. That should be just over enough for 1 coke oven. Correlation is pretty strong. And I have a lot more clay to throw at the problem. Not yet, though. Okay, that will simply take a long time to craft. Meanwhile, the Cooper nickel is processing. And I guess I can do stuff. What to do? The rubber and the wiring chest. Well, dust is important tech. Carbon dust. What do we have to do with carbon dust? Combine it with oxygen, we can make carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide. Combine it with hydrogen, we can make methane. Weirdly enough, this is compelling. We can get hydrogen through many methods. My immediate thought is that we can just do some electrolysis on water. It's pretty expensive. 30,000 EUs for half. Well, 30,000 EUs for 1 hydrogen. Which means ultimately we would need 120 kilus. 126 kilus to make a bucket of methane. Put that in a turbine, it's 104 kilus. That is not energy positive. Not worth it. Tragic. Tragically not worth it. At least through procuring hydrogen in that way. But what if we got hydrogen from somewhere else? Or can you burn oxygen? That makes no... Well, okay. It feels weird to imagine burning oxygen alone as a fuel, considering oxygen is one of the most important ingredients in making a fire happen. So, no. Huh. Can't really get good electricity out of water. Takes a lot of electricity to split those atoms, huh? Well, meanwhile, the processes are processing. Yeah, we can't do this without the quartz. Let's check the nether. Another time. I'm just going in to see if I have already accidentally found a quartz vein while I was looking for something else. Just step through here, thank you very much. Let me just walk myself into my chamber. Let's see here. Oh, we did. Nether quartz is available. Barely, but yes. In that case, let's go down, procure some, come back up. I don't have all the things I need or the lack of clutter to do a full expedition, but we only need enough nether quartz to make the copper nickel coils, so let's math that out. We need 8. That's made out of 2 of these. And 1 nether quartz dust gives us 4, so we need... I believe it is 16 coils. And 1 nether quartz is enough to make 2, so this is going to be 8 nether quartz. There's asbestos, there's mica-based pulp, which is based out of mica, and putting rubber together. Okay, so, yeah, we don't need a lot of nether quartz. This is some simple baby catalyst levels of material requirements. Shame I don't have any torches, but what'll you do? Actually, at what altitude am I expected to find the nether quartz in a nether quartz vein? 40 to 80, and we are at 20. We get nether quartz, though. Am I to imagine that macerating this will give me 1? Huh? Well, if my math is correct, we only need a grand total of 8. This will make 4. This will make 7. We're at 10. We have enough. We can leave. Well, alright then. Turns out that was not a problem at all. Mica and asbestos are also materials we already have access to. So, at least for the coils, that's just a matter of putting it all together. Then there's the hatches, which are more nuanced and annoying. We'll deal with that however we deal with that. Oh, nether's looking pretty nether. I bet that's more quartz over there, huh? Why am... Free sticky piston. You tried to ruin my day, but you gave me free sticky piston. We do indeed take those. I'm taking those right now. All right, how's production? Looking good over here. Let's start making these. Well, let's process these how we need to process them. Do not clean the lead yet. It would take way too long. Can you not macerate nether quartz? Must I do this? And it goes directly to the clean variant. Okay. Well, clean that there. Oh, right. The inventory's full. Put these away. Got our alumina. Everything's coming together. Do a sleep. I did it. I did a sleep. Pictured is my desperate attempt to continue to have enough steel production going. We eat this. And all these, we have 13. Keep going. I can start laying the foundations for this. Constructing this awkward formation simply because we don't have enough torches and I ran out. So, we'll have to get them some other way. Just fill in the dark spots with the material so that nothing can spawn there because there's already material there. That's the ploy. Power loss again? Oh, did I never turn it back on after the bone fiasco? Is that what happened? Okay. Well, the nether quartz is ready. We got some free netherrack for our troubles. I guess that can go in there. Okay, so that's the nether quartz we need for the copper nickel, I think. Let's start running it from the top. Mica-based pulp is going to be mica dust. We should have a little bit. No mica, no mica, no mica, no mica. I guess I never tried to get the mica. This is sort of something I discovered while looking with Siderite. No worries. That's what mining expeditions are for. Looking good here. Got our random tiny little bit of electrum. Still on hold for a little more leather. For backpack technology. Ransacking this for torches. For the mica mining expedition. As far as the charcoal supply, it's a little tough. But this... Wait. No, that requires wool as well, I think. Yeah. Do it like that and call it good. Charcoal goes back in here. Okay, we got the torches, we got a moderate bit of obsidian, we got bronze, we got our tool forge, we have some gunpowder that I do not want to be holding. Cool. Don't need the clipboard with me. Don't need the circuits with me. Don't need the cell with me. Don't need this steel with me. Need the bronze. Don't need this wrench with me. Don't need this chisel with me. Everything else has a functional use. Let's go get some mica. I actually feel a curious bit of optimism here that the EBF isn't that far away from us. It's still pretty far. But there's a path. Out of the way. Where's my lumber axe? We need to do some lumber on these trees. They would dare obstruct us. I'll be honest, I did not expect that to work for so long. Great, now I'm stuck down here. Well, we keep going. How deep down's mica? Probably not much further. We're already getting weird byproduct. Or to go. Ooh, lapis for some reason. I could, in theory, I suppose, dig down with the 3x3 and just build the spiral staircase back up by adding in blocks. That seems like a foolish decision in my mind because of the danger of falling into a cave. Or lava. Or a cave full of lava. I suppose it would be about as good as a tunneling method as what I'm doing right now. Bit less safe, bit faster. That is the balance of it all, I suppose. Okay, we're in the cave. Looking for Mika. According to the chart, Mika should be the second most common thing in here, but might be hard to find. The considerate we find also qualifies as some free tin, which is something that is always useful to have. Which one of these is Mika? Or any of these Mika? No. Is it perhaps a deeper ore? There it is! How much of this stuff do we need? Well, it's 3 to 2 to make 4. 4 to 1 to make 4. 4 to 1 to make 4. So we don't need a lot of asbestos. We do need a reasonable amount of mica, though. I'd estimate enough mica, like 1 for each coil. But that's only 16. So really, we don't need a lot of this stuff at all. I could leave right now. I'm going to leave right now. Had a good run, cave, but I'm done here. Because all of a sudden, we have what we need. I remember season 1 being having a greater deal of effort to get mica. Like, I had to go a real far distance to get the mica. This time, though, it was a very early ore. Ready to sleep. Maybe I should start drying out this sector of the river. It was always intended to be part of the base. I just didn't get around to clearing out that part. So we got this like little dry underwater bridge land walkthrough. There's the asbestos. And here's the mica. Some of the dirt away. Crushed ore is still full. Impure stone, impure silver, clean stone. Get the cobble out of here. Thank you. Better. Some of the raw ores away. Just in that kyanite, it appears to be aluminum and silicon. Both later technologies. See some of the shepherd's pie. Not the most optimal food. But appreciated. Let's get this asbestos good. We got enough spare rubber to do the job. Yes. Cleaning going here. Oh, you've already finished. I already put you away. The macerator's chugging through the mica. That was quick. What does asbestos give us for free? More of itself. That's fine. Here's your mica. And clean the asbestos for more asbestos. Fantastic. Now, what's it going to take to make handball? It's still mica insulator, it's just Canthal wire with molten cupronickel instead. What's Canthal again? You're gonna tell me? Chemical bath. None of these. Right, hot Canthal. You gotta blast furnace it out. But Canthal is iron, aluminum, and chrome. That chrome's gonna be a problem. The aluminum's also a little inconvenient. Sounds like the mixture is done. And by comparison, what does mica give us when centrifuged out? Mica and mica! It's just more of it. I'm really enjoying that kind of logic. But okay. Back to the basics here. For the quest, we need 16. So, we need 16 times 8 of this. We need 16 times 2 of this. We need 16 times 2 of this. And 8 of that. What the heck's a forming press? Well, regardless, we need 32 of this and 8 of that. And this is about the same. So, my math on the matter, I think, is basically correct. The problem is simply that we don't have a forming press. Just bad news, but the good news is that we now have another coke oven! Woo! Now we can theoretically take some tiny tin item pipe, pump it over here, put it in here, put another one in there, go from that. Wait, what? Why is it not formed? Oh, of course. I forgot the floor. There we go. Splendid. We are now the proud owner of another coke oven. And I will use said coke oven manually for now to just put in some logs and let it get to work. We're gonna need that forming press. Ports and cable, 2 electronic circuits, a machine hull, and 2 pistons. Pistons are just 2 motors and a bunch of steel and tin. We can do that real quick. And once we have that, there's nothing stopping us from getting all the cupronickel coils we need to make and create The blast furnace. I will not be doing the hulls and hatches buses today. Leave that for next time. Because I'm pretty sure we're going to have to invent crazy technology. Including, but not limited to, lubricant. So, for the time being, let's just do this. That is enough copper for the motors. That is enough iron for the motors. And wire with our fancy new tin tech. I'd say 13's enough already. It's enough for the motors. That's enough for the pistons. We go from there. Lathe the ingots. Mill on setting 1 the copper. 4 and 16, we are fine. Alloy smelter continues to chug away, making coke oven bricks, which is good, but not the mica we need. It's okay, though. We're working on it. And look, a charcoal. We're saved. Plenty more cactus coke being created. Scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of steel production, but any little bit helps. If we can make steel, we will make steel. Starting to contemplate the design. Starting to want a high pressure one of these. Wrought iron fluid pipe, which I've already sacrificed earlier for my nefarious misdeeds. 6 more wrought iron. And steel plate. I've already sacrificed too much wrought iron to the cause. This has been a failure. Oh well. Let's swap to mica. I'm sick of coke oven tech. Pause on making coke ovens for a little bit. I'll put the last one in. But I want to make the mica stuff. Rubber. Got the mica on me. Go. A mixer? I don't have a mixer. Well, this stinks. Want me to have a forming press? Now they want me to have a mixer. There's no end to their desires. Their greed. No end to it, I tell you. That's that part. We're gonna need the 8 steel rods. I'm traumatized by my need for 8 steel rods. After everything I've gone through. I think it's something like that. A small iron gear. Oh, I got it perfectly. Waiting on the rods now. Could argue my need to make some more motors so I can make the mixer. I've still got a bit of tiny item type. I wonder if that's enough to bridge the gap with the ones I already have. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, no. We are 1 short. Maybe I have some over here. Just relaxing. I do not. I'm okay with that. I could just rip this up. I can still put them here. They're what I'll eventually need. And I'll need many more. Okay, the rods are done. We can make the gear. We can then complete it with the 6, the 4, the 4, the 2, and the 2. That's our 2 pistons. Forming press requires another hull. And those. Get some spare wrought iron. One of this. And one of that. And then we are out of tin cable. But really, that's no problem. After all. We have so much rubber. If we can make tin wire, we can make tin cable. It's an easy conversion. Ready to go. First off, make our square and wrench them together. Then we have our basic casing. We can now make the hull by plating at the top, adding some cable bits. There's our hull. Next up for the forming press, we need 2 more cable. It's around the corners. Yes, yes. The pistons go here, and I believe I left my electronic circuits in the tech chest before I left on my journey. So take 2 out of there. And proceed. There's our forming press. Which is half of what we needed here. But, you know, it's one of them. I continue to be irresponsible and do something like this. Gonna need that for the Mika, but before we can get to the Mika, we need the Mixa. 1 tin rotor. Or glass. I think the glass might actually be a problem. I remember us having a shortage of glass. I also remember muddying about with some flint dust. I remember there being some quartz sand. Somewhere. Flint. And here's the flint dust. Where is the sand? Or what's it called? When you properly ascribe a name to it, what is it called? Quartz sand. Not the dust. Not the trusts. Was it in the macerator? 2. That's not enough. Extract all of these into ingot form, but I don't want to. Mixer doesn't need a pump. It's good to know I technically have the ability to do that. Eat lunch. Lunch has been eaten. Okay, with lunch eaten, I now have the ability to think of what to do. I hope. Tin. We don't have a lot of tin in the form of tin, do we? I don't need a lot, but I do need a bit. These 4 will become plate. We'll need a ring. We'll need a screw. That's vending machine tech. The macerator is done. So the flint dust is combined, just wholesale crafting inventory. That is glass dust. Now let's not deal with that. Let's just put it in here. We should have enough lava for that to just happen. That'll give us the glass. Here's our tin plate. We now need a little bit more tin from there. And there. Quick pair lathing. That's not quick at all. Thank goodness no other machine's running right now. Oh, either... Whoa there, traveler. What brings you to my domain? Also, what brings you to having an obscene amount of health? I've been hitting you with this hammer for several seconds now, and you are still here. Reflect on your behavior up to now, please. Thank you. And all I got from my effort was 5 rotten flesh. Well, it's 5 mincemeat. Fighting the army of the undead is technically nutritional. In the long run, at least. Okay. Step 1 is the classic hammer file. Beam, and then... Oh, you know what? I figured this will still work. That ring, and then I still have this, the ever so slightest amount of tin in this dumb thing. And there we go. That's tin rotor. Prep the mixing recipe here, so I can see it in all of its moving parts. Wait a minute. Oops. This didn't work how I was hoping. Turn off the machine for a second. Thank you. I want glass on deck into this basin where it will collect the glass. Go. There we go. And then after that, we'll put blood on deck just to make sure. Blood's going to be like my buffer liquid. If there's something that I don't actually... If I want the automated machine to stop, I'm going to use blood as basically an off switch. That's the plan. I'll leave this little bit of coagulated shenanigan available. Let's see. We got tin rotor. The circuits, the glass, we need the motor, and the hull. Well, that's another 9 here. To get bent into shape, we are going to need 2 wrought iron as well. In addition, I will need the electronic circuits here. There's our 2 wrought. We need to make more wrought. Dedicate some time for the machines to do that. Meanwhile, wrench it, cable it, steal it. Behold what you have wrought. There's that hole, put that in there, put these circuits in here. We are now simply missing the motor, which will require 2 more tin wire. Which I can make. I do enjoy the convenience of making these cables. Now that I have unlimited rubber. We'll prepare the crafting of 2 motors in terms of iron, simply because it's an even number in the lathe. And that makes it nice and simple and easy. Done. Prep the motor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Arbitrarily, let's make this one the magnetized rod. Just to stall for time, really. 8! But it's also time we won't have to spend on the trail end to do this. 9. That's our motor. Put it in there. What are we missing? The glass. The glass. Of course, the glass. There it is. Now, if I recall correctly, we can't use clear glass, which is what the Tinker's Construct gives us. We need to chisel it into a form comprehensible by the rest of reality. Okay. Sorry. Had a little internal crisis of what I wanted to do there. Take the glass, turn it into glass, put it in the glass, mix it. Excellent. Now we can finally combine this asbestos and the rubber that's probably still... No, for the rubber is here. Wait a minute, this means I can continue the... I never had to stop making coke oven bits, is what this means. I stopped the production of coke ovens for no reason. Fool that I am. Fool that I am. Put the rubber in. There is... No, not the asbestos. No, of course not. We want the mica. Where'd I put it? Inventory management strikes again. Tragedies of all tragedies. And now I'm questioning the existence of a particular... Yes, we want circuit 2. There it goes. Alright, let's chase this down the line. Mica insulator foil, Mica insulator sheet, Mica based sheet. This will be forming press with the asbestos on setting... Oh, that's high voltage. Never mind. Setting 1, please. So, forming press on setting 1. You are going at a resounding 8 EU per tick. Just dump the asbestos in there. Make a pulp. 20. Okay, we cannot do this in parallel then. Yep. Still, though, we got some mica-based sheet. Now we need mica insulator sheet, which is alloy smelter plus the nether quartz dust. Which means that now we cancel making the coke ovens. So stop that. Insulator sheet with the nether quartz dust. Find where I so responsibly put it in the past. Did I accidentally... I guess I did. So then, the mica-based sheet will turn into mica insulator sheet, which will then turn into mica insulator foil by simply putting in a bending machine. You know, just classic foil stuff. I holding up over here, mixing a grand total of 16, are ya? Pretty good. There you are. So we have 16. Oh, we have 4. That'll make 2. The numbers are adding up. My inventory is adding up to be a mess, though. No, keep it. Keep it. Glass is an important technology. Keep it around. Put the rubber away. Steel dust is bigger steel dust. Put it in here with steel. Okay. I'm going to stop you right there, because I suspect this might be enough. Okay, take all the mica-based pulp you can. Pressure it out. I know you're a little bit... a lot of power on the energy. Oh, I guess I stopped you in the middle of your craft, huh? Burn you. So we lost a little bit of mica. That's unfortunate. It'll be fine, though. We don't need a lot. Back to the alloy smelter. Put that in. This is enough for more steel. Okay. More of that. Please and thanks. What else are we going to need for this? In the final production, we need molten tin. 2 ingots per coil. That's going to be 32 tin. Whoa! Who in the world gave you permission to exist? That was almost a disaster. Who knows? It's still time to have it still be a disaster. Okay, I think we're good. I am simply nauseous. Forgot what that does. And I suppose being a concussion creeper, it wouldn't have caused ground damage. But it's a creeper. Are you really going to take that chance? Oh, hey. It's that half a stack of tin I ordered. Let's, well, okay, we can't. This is about to be finished. And we can include extract to our heart's content. I started a little early because I'm ambitious. Alloy smelter does not have to worry about this step because it is powered by steam and is on a completely different circuit for the rest of it. Take this moment to pause, collect our thoughts, and eat a lovely large veggie sandwich, possibly even 2. Still got room left over, I see. Leave it. Well, the asbestos is done. Mixer is done. Plate is still ready to receive rubber, which we're not making right now. The fluid extractor is done. It has made much tin. This much tin will be enough to make all the coils we need. Well, we've got time for this. Let's just bend some. Then, once it's bent, it will go into the assembly machine to make this. It is on circuit setting 3. Let us prepare that now. While we wait, collect the copper nickel, put it in the assembly machine. I don't know where I put it. Here, perhaps. No? On the wire mill, I've milled many things since then. Copper nickel, copper nickel. Copra. Nickel. On here, on here, on there. There. Here, none here, on there. There. Did I drop it off when I was going into the nether for the quartz? Not in there. I'm suddenly concerned. I'm running out of places I could have... Oh, okay. It's okay. You. I had a really bad case of temporary blindness there, and I'm glad it's over. Perhaps it does not come to a surprise to you, the difficulty I may have seeing things. Not my fault. Oh wait, the assemblers are gonna cost us EU as well. We can't dual produce this. Now the math is sound though. It should be exactly 2 stacks of this stuff. So I think we've overproduced, which is great news. Okay, so 24, 28, 32. The rest of this is hubris. Put it in the hubris zone. The extra mica and the asbestos in the hubris zone as well. This is going to be our little corner of mica production. For those days we need a little bit more. I appeared to have mistaken. For some reason, I thought it would end at 16. No, of course not. We need the full 32. Granted, there was no problem just doing some of the assembly here first. Optional, 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 retrieval, optional. Weirdly enough, it considers this quest complete by simply making the electric blast furnace single block. I feel like it should maybe include at least a copper nickel. But who knows? Copper nickel is used for a couple different things. Firelight oven, for one. There we go. Get boiled. I consider this more important to the actual completion of the mission. Hey, you know what you can do now is make more coke oven. Put these here. There. There's our mica collection. The mica collection. Oil. Now, what do we need for the actual quest? Okay, we need all the hatches, the energy hatches, the voltage shenanigans. We need this, which is just 2 tin cable and some iron furnaces. 21 iron plate is not impossible for us. Assembly, you are going at full tilt. I'll have to wait until you are done. Lest I be subject to a stall on power. A power stall, if you will. Nickel and sulfur. Nickel and sulfur. Or just nickel directly if you don't care about the sulfur. Not a bad deal. The assembly is nearly complete. Meanwhile, more coke ovens for the basement. Doot, doot. Oh, I guess I didn't have that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. That's going to be 28 bricks. 26 in the chamber. Assembly machine is complete. That is our 16 Cooper nickel. Next up, we are going to be creating 21 iron plates, getting the 3 furnaces from inside our house. Then some final thing. I don't remember in the recipe. Probably a tool. Put it all together. Out of here. We're getting better room clearance. Two-thirds of the way there. Let's check what we need. It was a wrench, indeed. Iron plate. Furnace. The wrench. That's 2. 5, 6, 7. Together we forge the ultimate contraption. Get that ready to go. 3 there. That out of the way. 1 of our heat-proof machine casings. Let's just hold them all to let the quest know we did it. A little bit of quest solution paranoia, I will admit. 1, 2, 3. 2 tin table. It's that easy. And though we are cheating for the time being, this is electric blast furnace. That is quite a big deal. Now, obviously, we do not have the full construction. We're going to need a bunch of buses and hatches and mufflers and things. But we can do those. More important right now, I'd say, is finishing out this. And the construction of this will actually be our, final triumph for today. Weird triumph to have. How's the inventory going? Can't see through to the other side because this is a solid block of tank. I have to go from here, look here, check this. Well, this is full. And I know there's like a 5-stack buffer in there, even if the barrel upstairs goes empty, which it just did. Sounds to me like a lumberly moment. Oh, hey, there's the EBF trophy. Cool, let's put it on this. Lovely. Not going to do a full lumberly action. Just a little bit to ease my concerns. Sometimes you don't need to go full lumber. I wonder if this has done anything. I think it would be cool if the dirt chest, you put one dirt in, and over time it makes slightly more dirt. I don't know why exactly I think that would be cool, but I do. There we go, over a stack in the final analysis. That'll do it. Behold. Another coke oven. Oh, you know what we could do? Look at this. We have, because right now, two coke ovens powers one liquid fueled in terms of creosote, and also a solid fueled in terms of charcoal. But we made these explicitly for more power. And charcoal. Okay, so we really just need both. But what if we have an extra liquid-fueled boiler firebox over here? What if we took the creosote and powered this while keeping the charcoal for ourselves for other reasons? Like, these two pretty big reasons right here. I think that's a good idea. Oh. There's no steel in that one, Self. Put it in this one. There we go. Free steel. Did I over count the tin needed? There's extra here. Okay, now I guess we do need to dedicate one large steel fluid cell to just having a lot of tin in it. Okay. Not gonna complain. But yes. We've made quite good progress today. We've made our first foray into the Twilight Forest. Always good. We've acquired lead and nickel and... Not Canthol. What are these things made out of? Invar. We got Invar. Cooper nickel. And we've created the unique, I'm gonna say, components of the blast furnace, which is to say those components that are used mostly for the blast furnace, like the control module itself, the heat-proof machine casings, though it seems like they may have other purposes. We've also made a good bit of new Tier 1 machines, as thanks to our big ol' stack of electronic circuits. Things are going alright. And at the final ring of the bell, we got 2 more coke ovens to solve our ever-diminishing charcoal supply, though we have not yet made the logistics for them. That will be next time. For now, though, everything's going well. Everything is going to what I'm retroactively calling a plan. And I like how this is. Tune in next time when we probably tackle the power situation and, by doing so, make the EBF and get all the cool materials like cobalt and aluminum. Logistics is fine. Logistics is just tin and motors and conveyors and stuff. Thanks to all of the great rubber we can do now, it's a lot easier to make. I don't think it'd be that big of a trial. Personally, I think the big trial is going to be just accidentally running out of some basic material like copper or tin. That'll be real fun. Tune in next time for when that happens. I'm Exception. This is InTV. Have a good day and good night.